It's time to face the sunrise, answer the call, and rise together. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Rise Together Minor 3, hosted by the Toronto Defiant. We've got new names, new teams, old names, old teams, and some new faces on the broadcast, as well as some old faces on the broadcast. My name is K-Wing, and I'm here with Chef Billy. Chef, are you excited to get into day 2 of the bracket stage and set the stage for our bracket as we come into next week?
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me? Calling All Heroes is one of my favorite events to be a part of, as being a part of the marginalized gender community. It's important to have this safe space for all gamers, and it really does open up the opportunities for all these gamers to have a really safe place to get the highest level of competition. And I tell you what, we got a banger coming right out the match today. Right out the gate today. I'm looking forward to seeing what Azathoth versus Bear Claw Gaming is going to bring to us. But day 2 of the Swiss, everybody's going to have a chance to play. We need to see where they end up being seated. We've got the format here, taking a look at, first day. We had some pretty fun matches with CB and Jags on the mic yesterday. Now today, we're going to take you through rounds 4, 5, and 6. And the top 8 are going to advance to your playoffs next weekend. And that'll be days 3 and 4. 8 teams, double elimination, first to 2 for the first round of that playoffs. But today, we are all first to 2s. We are looking forward to seeing what these two teams are going to bring out here and who's going to secure their spot in that top 8, because there's some pretty decent pricing on the table.
There sure is some decent pricing on the table. And I mean, both these teams are sitting fairly pretty right now at 2 and 1, but that is absolutely no protection, or pardon me, they're saying at 1 and 2. I'm switching up my words. So they're looking to really push into that top 8. I mean, Azathoth and Bear Claw Gaming, as you can see, at 9th and 10th, with both of them really looking to get above 50 and to push into that fabled top 8 and really get themselves going to sneak in and be a bit of a dark horse contender for our bracket stages. We have seen some incredible runs in previous minors of Calling All Heroes, and both of these teams already looking to be really impressive and to push forward into the bracket stage. But they've got to go through each other, and they've got to start off today well.
I tell you what, K-Wing, for me, I think that you need to get to 3 wins. I think that 3 wins is going to be that benchmark that kind of secures your right to go to the next round. That's going to be difficult. I think this is going to be the most evenly matched of the games that we have here today. But I think that Azathoth has a wild card up their sleeve, and I think that that's going to be the fact that they've got Shijay Gon, also known as Paulette, one of Team Mexico, their support line. I got a chance to cast them during the World Cup, during that Gigabanger versus Puerto Rico, and I tell you what, Paulette is going to be, I think, the key to success here for Azathoth. As they move forward through the Swiss stages. I'm definitely looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to Sheep as well. Sheep has been really popping off here lately in the Swiss round, so I want to see, how do they come out? What kind of composition are they going to run out? Are they going to build their team around Paulette, or is it going to be, more paired around what kind of tank comes out of the gate?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of variation in terms of the tanks from all the teams that we've seen on broadcast. We've seen the Zarya, we've seen the Junker Queen, we've seen the Diva, the Winston, anything out there. We've seen it all. But, I mean, when you're talking about Azathoth and you're talking about this team, I think a lot of the compositions that we've seen so far have been so rush heavy. And for me, if I am thinking about a good character to have or a good player to have, when you're talking about a rush composition, it's got to be a good Lucio player, and that's a good enough segue as any to bring us into their opponents, Bear Claw Gaming. And I think that they have got a solid Lucio on the roster. If we could take a sneak old peek at that. and see what they've got going. They've got KQA, and putting down Lucio there, showing that off. The Lucio is such an important piece, and the synergy between your tank and your main support is fundamental. The teams that have a good rapport and a good just instinct between that main tank and, well, there's only one tank, between the tank and the main support are often the teams that rise to the top when the going gets tough. So I think Street Lord and KQA on the side of Bear Claw Gaming, that might be the X factor if Bear Claw wants to set themselves at 50 and get themselves a chance to get those 3 wins that you were talking about and get into the bracket stages, because 1 and 2 in the first day is not what you're looking for. So you gotta start a turnaround, and it's got to be on the biggest stage.
Well, I'll tell you what, Debit knows how to build a team. Okay, that's the first thing that we really need to hone in on here is Debit is a long time tier 3, tier 2 manager, and Debit knows how to build a team. So I think that if the synergy comes back up here for Bear Claw Gaming, I think that's where they're really going to lean into it, because I need to see the synergy come through, because I just didn't see it yesterday. I want a 3-map banger to start us off here. I think that we kind of got debated a little bit yesterday. You know, we saw some 3-round control maps, but it was all 2 Overwatch yesterday. So today, I think it's all on the line here. People want to get themselves into that top 8. And I think that Debit's mind versus Powlett's bloodthirstiness in the support. I think that manager versus player, I always love the dichotomy between these two. And we're going to see it come out here in spades in our first map. And our first match here is going to start on Oasis. And so, you know, we talk about the different levels of competition and what we're expecting to see when we come out the gate. I think Orisa plays very well here, especially City Center. For me, I think Orisa's actually the best pick. And the reason why is because you can hold chokes. You can really funnel people in. They're having to throw themselves at you. Once you get Terror Surge up, if you're, you know, playing some of the more standard metas right now, you're going to be looking at that Terror Surge with Artillery Strike combo. Now, if we're looking at what we're seeing in Korean contenders and what we're seeing in the Overwatch League, and Sigma is reigning, well, that makes the game way more mobile. And I think that you don't have to hold that choke line so hard. You could actually push up and really threaten a team's spawn because of how mobile you can. And you mentioned it with Bear Claw Gaming, it's going to be up to KQA. If we do see that Sigma variant come through, I really want to see what do they have. Are they going to be aggressive? Are they going to push up and try and touch the spawn door? Are they going to do the LH Cloudy special and get their gold star and touch the spawn door? We don't know, but we will find out very shortly.
We certainly will, and I think that the big difference when it comes to the Sigma composition and the Orisa composition is damage mitigation. Both these heroes have that damage mitigation in Orisa's Javelin Spin and Sigma's Kinetic Grasp. But then you have the 2 different abilities of Orisa's Fortify and Sigma's Barrier, and I think for my end, I really like the versatility that Sigma's Experimental Barrier allows him to play, allows him to cover heroes that might not be playing with the rush composition on high ground characters like the Echo, and allow the Bastion to go on angles that are not sticking with this Death Ball. So I think that I do prefer the Sigma, but I think that you can definitely get the Orisa, especially when it comes down to these map-centric picks. I think Orisa can really play around the corners well, and there's a lot of corners when we're talking about Oasis, especially when we're talking about University.
Yeah, I mean, this is a more brawl-centric of the 3 maps here. So, I mean, I think Junker Queen plays very well here. Sigma, of course. I think Sigma's going to be like the standard here as we go through and take a look at these compositions that they come in. So, I don't know. I would expect to see a lot of aggression. If we're going to be running with that Lucio, you're looking for the speed coming out, and there you go, Shijay Gon, showing us the Life Weaver. So if we see the Doomfist variant come out here, which I think is actually kind of smart, but this is going to be Garden, so you're looking to have that high ground control as well. Garchomp's going to be looking more to hold court on the point and yank people in. Well, we're seeing some debates. I would expect this. I thought that the Doomfist actually does work very well here. But we'll see how it goes. Paulette going over to the Lucio. So we are looking for that speed. We're looking for that damage mitigation. Round number 4 is underway.
That it is, and we're looking at both these teams. Who wants to try and take the high ground? Shijigan and KQA both competing on this Lucio, looking for potentially some early boops. And early high ground control is taken by Bearclaw Gaming. Brainworm going to be sitting up on this high ground, looking to poke in, maybe to flank around, as Azathoth going to cede control of this high ground to Bearclaw Gaming, and Brainworms and the members of Bearclaw Gaming have basically taken sway on this point for free, just off of some really good aggression as Key picks in, but Jacoby is gone. Bion finding the snipe, but will give their life for it. The DPS of Azathoth have found their niche, but Bearclaw are willing to just pull back and wait here. Azathoth, they have the picks, and they're going to start pushing in off it. They just had to take a second, and they will roll right through, looking just for a few more picks as the stagger going to come through from Bearclaw. And Sushi, oh shush, going to get taken down, made into chopped. Sushi, Key finding that pick, and the flip going to Azathoth.
I mean, absolutely critical there for Key to be able to get back into the support range and then be able to regress back in. So these swaps and counter picks coming through from Azathoth absolutely going in their favor. Paulette almost has a sound barrier already just from the first engagement. This is going to be huge for them.
It's going to be absolutely huge because KQA is only at 75%. So I'm looking for potentially maybe an aggressive push with the sound barrier, as he already going in a bit on the offensive. Now Jacoby has that window, but is not going to be able to use it. Going to get taken out first. KQA goes low. There's the Gravitic Flux. Beat comes in, but it only catches the supports of Bearclaw Gaming. The tanks and the DPS do not benefit from it, but they'll benefit from that commanding shout and the rampage to roll through Azathoth and take that flip. 50%, now rolling up 27.
Well, and the big thing is, I mean, that was an expensive fight for both teams, but the real big kicker there is that you've got the sound barrier out from both Lucios, so you can really hold court here with your DPS ultimates, both sides ready to go. Blizzard versus Blade, who's going to win out?
Yeah, Brainworms versus Sheep. That's the big fight of this engagement. The Blade pulled out early, but the stun comes in. The wall's thrown up, and Brainworms is just out in no man's land and is going to get mowed down by Op. The Blizzard reigns supreme. Can't find any picks off of it. Now Bion looking for the ult. Finds the headshot onto Shijigan. Has this opportunity. Artillery coming in over top. Can Bion find another pick? No, in fact, it's Op finding the headshots, finding the grenades to take this for Azathoth. Op, an unsung hero.
I mean, what a sequence of events that came through there. Bion actually had a pretty decent overclock there, but too much damage coming in. Blade completely negated by Sheep on this Mei. And the Mei is creating so many problems with the wall coming up, and that accretion is so damn impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Key has just been a monster on this Sigma. Sheep with this Mei has been just a thorn in the side of Bearclaw Gaming, as now they try to push in and not get sectioned off into two parts to get taken into pieces. Bion on this off angle, looking for this pick, looking for the headshot, but cannot find a darn thing, as Garchomp's gonna get taken down, and it's Key left the only tank on the field. Nice try with the boop there, KQA, but you're not gonna get a thing. The beat comes out onto the supports. What a shield from Key, but Jacoby's still gonna go down. These supports from Bearclaw Gaming, they are not going down without a fight, but Shush gonna go down. It's just not enough, Billy, and Azathoth will take first round here as the Stagger's gonna come in. Garchomp just trying the last bastion of the offense, but it will not stay. Round one, Azathoth.
I tell you what, Lena, this is pretty darn impressive coming out from Azathoth here in the opening round. And I think that the big difference was the Mei. We saw it time and time again. Sheep was just that thorn in the side, as you mentioned. Those walls have been absolutely picture perfect, and the timing of them have been absolutely fantastic. Also, Key coming in on the Sigma. Look at this. I mean, 10 elims, only died once. The support's definitely doing their job. I really like Jacoby on this Baptiste, but now we're looking at a little bit more of the Brawly style. We're going to see the Brigitte coming out here from them. Bear Claw Gaming actually showing us way more of a brawlish look here, especially with Shush coming out on the Moira. That is ballsy indeed.
Yeah, I love the pick of the Symmetra as well from Bear Claw Gaming. The teleporting Bastion circus trick can be quite the terrifying feat indeed, and can really surprise Azathoth on that angle. They're going in so aggressive here, but it's going to be Brainworms caught out first. You need to be smart with your TP, and Brainworms teleports right into the Gatling gun. Sheep with the wall looking for some picks, and Bearclaw just seems to be completely lost in the sauce, as Op is going to use that turret form, wheels out to pressure Bearclaw and just keep them in this small corner away from anything that they could ever accomplish. They're completely in the middle of nowhere.
I mean, looking at what the work's been gotten done, both support teams actually really holding court here, but putting the Sigma in a corner like this, that is bad, Juju.
Oh, that's not looking good, but the wall's there to keep the Sigma safe, and it's Garchomp that'll fall. This is the power of Azathoth on display. Even when Key is in a bad position, they have the walls, they have Sheep, they have the support to keep them up. And speaking of the supports, Jacoby keeping it going, holding court, and Jacoby is the monarch.
Oh my lord, Jacoby got it done in a massive way. They're keeping Key up while they were like 25 health, maybe. So now you're looking at 3 ultimates here coming in for Azathoth. I want to see how they portion these out early. Early Ant Matrix coming out.
Yeah, really early Ant Matrix. Garchomp going in aggressive, nearly going to get taken out, thrown into the air, and Garchomp will be slammed to the ground. KQA's beat can only help you so much there. And Garchomp's going to suffer. Bearclaw, they're still investing. They put in both DPS ults. They do take the point. Blizzard thrown in the back, and Bion is absolutely lost. Just taking out the Blizzard. And the flip does come in, but that's 3 ultimates, 4 in the fight for Bearclaw Gaming, and they just have nothing to show for it.
Jacoby said nay nay on your coalescence, and I shake it, I shimmy down, and they get it done. Now you've got a shatter. The only ultimate left here for Bearclaw Gaming is this shatter from Garchomp. One well-placed experimental barrier or wall, and it's completely negated. They're back at square one, 75% and counting. Op's gonna have another artillery strike.
Yeah. No way, Garchomp, you cannot. Brainworms, Bearclaw. Oh, it's all coming undone, but they get the first pick. Garchomp's gonna get stunned out, the shield into the back. They're barely able to evade the wall, but Bion is not able to stay alive. There's the artillery strike, and it's just all day for Azathoth. What was a close first round is now a stunning round 2. Almost 100-0. Azathoth taking an incredible map 1. What a play with the Sigma.
You know, I was talking about Paulette being the key stone here for Azathoth. I think Jacoby might be playing a little bit more, not the second fiddle here in the support line. Jacoby had one hell of a map here. And I tell you what, Op has been getting it done on the Bastion as well. I love Sheep on the Maid. Created so many problems there for Bearclaw Gaming. So 1-0 lead, first to 2. They're up on match point. This would put them to 2-1 here in our Swiss rounding. So for them, I mean, you know, good day at the office. Now they got to close it out. Bearclaw Gaming, they had flashes of brilliance, especially there when there was more room to maneuver. I think that the Junker Queen pick was way better for Garchomp than what we saw on that Reinhardt. Had so hard of a time building up to a shatter there in University. But here we look at it. I mean, Key just absolutely playing their hearts out and had a fantastic time doing it. The Rampages were good. And like I said, I think that the Junker Queen comp would play a lot better for this Bearclaw Gaming squad. So they've got their work cut out for them. They've got to pull the reverse sweep to get themselves to even 50% here in the Swiss stages.
Yeah, and I think one small correction that we have to make is that Azathoth are not 1-1, as you might have seen on the standing sheet. They are actually 2-1. The explanation for that is they have 1 win, 1 loss, and they did get 1 bye. That is why they're currently at 2-1, but they are pretty low in the in that wolf pack of people who are 2-1 right now, because that second win came from a bye. So the point here is for Azathoth, if you can get to 3 wins, and if you can get this win, you're sitting fairly pretty right now, but you really want to be at 4. You really want 4, especially with that bye not really contributing as much as an actual win against an active team. Getting to 4 wins would be incredible, but 3 would have you in a solid place to push forward. And there's your comparisons for Shijigan and KQA. I mean, just look at that. I think one of the things that you remember from a lot of support talks is that good supports don't die. Great supports appear in the kill feed. And Shijigan with 2 deaths to KQA's 5 and 18 elims to KQA's 4. Solid performance and solid coordination coming out from this Lucio.
I mean, right there, just the healing as well. That's why they were able to build up that sound barrier so very quickly and actually beat KQA to the second sound barrier as well. So definitely getting the work done both offensively and defensively. And I tell you what, I say that Jacoby really put in the work. Yeah, they put in the work, but Shijigan actually got it done as well. So support line here for Azathoth really keeping Key up and sturdy. And I think that's why they win Oasis. Now we'll see if they can carry that on to our next map type.
Yeah, and speaking of our next map type, we've got something that we have not seen yet in the Minor 3 broadcast. We've got a hybrid map that's not Numani. We're going to Midtown. We're going to New York, New York. And this is an interesting pick here from our team that's currently looking for that mini reverse sweep. What do you think is what's going through the minds of Bear Claw Gaming right now?
I think you're trying to take verticality away from Azathoth right now, and I think that you're also going to lean into playing the Junker Queen here. So if you could take away the verticality, and keep everything in a linear kind of flat line along the path of the payload, it is hybrid, so they're going to have to get themselves on to the point, first of all, and op is going to be the real key to making sure that they're not sturdy as they come in, that you can use the rest of your team to kind of confirm those kills coming in, because sight lines are going to be so important, especially as a defending team. You have the choice of where you set up, and you're going to force the rotations into your favor. So that's what we want to see coming from a defensive team here. Now, I think for Azathoth, I think you keep running what you're running. Sigma plays very well here. We saw a great rotation of the abilities from Key using the accretion when they, felt like they were backed into a corner. The kinetic grasp was really good as well. So, and the shield management, I found that was one of the keys to Key's success there. So, Azathoth will be coming out onto the defense first, and laundry detergent for your laundry needs. Always good to see the product placement here inside the laundry room here of Midtown. So for Bear Claw, looks like Garchomp might be flashing us the Sigma here. I would expect to see, if they do go with that, KQA might be able to get a little bit more done. So we'll see if that's actually going to be the case. And we're going with the Sojourn again, and we didn't see a lot of work done by Bion. A lot of that work was done by Brainworms. We saw some confirmed kills, but for the most part, it was Garchomp and Brainworms really the tip of the spear here for the attack of Bear Claw.
Yeah, so you're looking to see Bion come into their own with this attack. And I mean, so far, Bion has done fairly well, but You need to see an additional performance if you want to keep going and you want to bring us to that ever so coveted map 3. I want to see Flashpoint, darn it. So we'll see if we can get that. As already that will come out and trap Garchomp. That's not looking good for Azathoth, but there's some great start for Bear Claw. Azathoth holding on the defense, Op using the wheels, popping them through, shredding the shield, and shredding the tank. Bear Claw Gaming beaten back to spawn, and Op is just deadly.
It's fine. I mean, they'll be able to get Taxi back from spawn, so I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, you get some extra ult charge there for the Bastion to have that early artillery strike coming out, but the big difference right now is the rotations that came through. Actually, they're going fast. We're not going to have the Bastion in this fight.
Yeah, they're going to go incredibly fast, trying to catch Azathoth off guard. This is a great play from Bear Claw. They do get the Bastion back. KQA needs to stay safe behind that flagpole. We'll have to see nearly 2 ticks coming in for Bear Claw. They're going to get a second thanks to a great boost from KQA. The point flip is nearly coming in, but up with the double kill, picking up a third. This Bastion is insane.
Okay. All right, Jacoby, I see you. I see you. And that is just one ultimate. So economic here in this first real pressure test here for Azathoth. They do give up 98.3%. It was a whisker away from going to the streets phase here, but now for Bear Claw Gaming, I mean, you've got Sound Barrier and the Blade coming through.
Yeah, gonna start off with that artillery strike, gonna do some damage to Bear Claw, but won't find those picks. Now a lot of ults. I'm looking at these beats from the Lucios, Shijigan and KQA. How much can they get in terms of value? As there's the Flux, but Bion's already dead. Immortality Field and the beat, Immortality Field stacked up for Bear Claw Gaming. They know they don't need the beat. They're just waiting out in this poke phase, and there's the engage. Blizzard thrown in from Sheep, looking to find any freeze, but nothing there. KQA is going to get taken out by Key. The amplification matrix is not working out well for Bear Claw. They're just poking, and they can't find a Key. They have the ults, though, and they have something to push in with.
I mean, they've got 4 ultimates ready to go in. So, I mean, I'm looking for Overclock to start, maybe? Yeah, there it is.
There they go, the Overclock and the Gravitic Flux, the beat to sustain. They're using everything but the kitchen sink. Immortality Field gone, and Jacoby down, but the headshot onto Brainworms, the Blade, will be looking a bit dull there as the recontest will come in perfectly. KQA going to get taken out. Bear Claw finding the picks. This could be their moment, and the shot onto Op will finally send them into the streets.
But I mean, they took 3 full minutes. So I mean, this streets phase is going to be very chaotic here for Bear Claw Gaming, and they invested everything that they had just to get it. And now you're coming up on the artillery strike once again. You're going to come up on the Blizzard, probably within a fight and a half here. So for Shijigan, really held on to that sound barrier nicely. They got the full value out of it. Just a little bit too much in the bank there for Bear Claw. So as they round the corner, high ground is going to be so very important here for Azathoth to be able to deny a lot of progress coming through.
Oh, high ground is the name of the game for Azathoth, especially with this Sigma comp, with the range that it has. You're looking for some crucial headshots. You're looking for these ults to be built up. I mean, Bear Claw, they just need to get as many ults as they can. Gravitic Flux comes in, lifting a few into the air, but the stun from Garchomp lands a solid rock and shocks Azathoth right down. Artillery strike, not going to find any picks. They need more ults to win this fight, Azathoth, and that's playing right into Bear Claw's hands. They're waiting and trying to draw out more of these ults, trying to get their advantage, and they eat onto the artillery strike. Garchomp and Bear Claw Gaming, they see their chance, they see their opportunity, and they're going to take it right there. And that's the fight. What a play from Bear Claw.
I mean, waited for the kinetic grasp to come, or the accretion to come out from Key, and then they went in full ham mode Bear Claw Gaming getting it done. Up in the back line, trying to create havoc. And this is going to be point 2 taken here by Bear Claw Gaming. They have really sped through this second portion of Midtown. And now we're going to see if there's going to be a last-second contest. There is not. That is 2 full points, 240 going in.
No, and they even take down Brainworms, but they have no one to contest. So they're just going to be facing some really close spawns from the members of Bear Claw. So Azathoth, they can get all the picks they want, but a bit of a disadvantage fight. Key gonna take out Ion, so they'll be able to push some spawn holds here, but already Key pumping in the damage and getting a lot of value, closing in on that Gravitic Flux incredibly quickly versus Garchomp. But now Bear Claw is coming back with full force. They've got the overclock, they've got the jump and sojourn, but KQA is gonna get found out early. Bion can't find the headshots, and so Bear Claw are in a little bit of a lurch, and they're gonna have to pull back as Key is ready to re-engage with the Gravitic Flux. Shush gets taken out, and it's all quiet on Bear Claw's front.
I mean, what a turn there coming from Azathoth. Key getting so much work done, not only with the Hyperspheres, but also the rotation of that kit. I'm going to keep talking about it time and time again because the best Sigma players, they know how to rotate those 3 abilities in spades, and now the early Amp Matrix coming out.
The early Amp Matrix is going to completely section Bear Claw into that side room, and they're going to be sitting ducks for Azathoth and this artillery strike, putting them between a rock and an explosive place. There's the blade from Brainworms gets taken out. Op has just been shutting down this Genji with mechanical precision. Bear Claw, though, in an even 4v4, has the opportunity to get some early picks, has that spawn advantage, but Shush gets taken out again, and there's the Blizzard taking out Garchomp, and it's all again over for Bear Claw, an expensive investment and not much to show.
I mean, that is just synergy at its best. This Azathoth team is playing together like they've been playing together for years. I mean, they just feed off of each other's successes, and that's what we're seeing right now. They're investing heavy, but they're getting the value out of it. Now, KQA does have this sound barrier up on another Gravitic Flux, by the way, from Key, 8% away.
Wow. I mean, Op as well, 16 limbs, 4 deaths, early immortality out from Shush. So now they are ready and rare and Key using that Gravitic Flux, the beat drawn out from KQA. Oh, they try to disengage, but Sheep can't get out fast enough. The Ice Princess flips on her wall, and Key and the rest of Bear Claw and the rest of Azathoth are back in spawn. Bear Claw on borrowed time.
They really are. And I mean, we've seen Brainworms go over to an answering May. So I think this is a great adaptation here for Bear Claw. But Jacoby, with the Amp Matrix, that's going to be the first out the gate. They can really section off this Violet so low, but actually gets the heals up. And now an early Amp Matrix is what's going to be needed here.
And the early Amp Matrix coming up on the beat as well is Azathoth. So an answer to the ult that could be coming out from Bear Claw. There's the ult from Jacoby, needs to stay alive, but Sheep does not have the same luck. Billy, I did not just see. Tell me I did not just see what I just saw on my screen with my own 2 eyes. Tell me I did not just see a Charlie Niner.
Not like this. Not like this. It says
not like this.
Not like this. Oh gosh. Well, that definitely happened.
Show me the replay. Show me the
replay.
No way.
The Amp Matrix. Yeah, they push him off. They absolutely push him off. That overtime, the overtime timer was speeding so fast because basically it was from the entrance to point 3. It was just going to be a lightning fast fuse, and just that one accretion pushes everybody off. And that's why you get the force C9 there. So it wasn't an egregious one. We can at least agree on that, but it was forced. So now you've got a win condition here for Azathoth. I mean, based upon what we saw at the entrance to point 3, I tell you what, Lita, I did not expect them to get that far. But it is what it is. So 73.81 meters will be the point of gain here for Azathoth to take their 2-0 win and get themselves to 3-1 and really set themselves up for success going into next weekend.
Yeah, and most importantly, book themselves a ticket to next weekend because that is not that's not on the cards for every team here. As Shush on the defense, waiting, excuse me, waiting for this offense to come through. This is the point where you can see a lot of good holds. It's here and at that streets phase. So Bear Claw Gaming, these first few moments going to be incredibly influential. Off already going to get taken out. What an aggression from Garchomp, and the collapse is there, but Rainworms was a bit too aggressive. Key barely staying alive. How is Key still alive? The support from Azathoth to allow Key to make such incredible plays that if I made them in my ranked games, my teammates would rightfully report me is incredible. This is trust between a tank and their main support, and this is trust between Key and the members of Azathoth to keep them up. Garchomp with the Gravitic Flux late in the fight, but cannot turn it around. Key and the members of Azathoth are rolling through.
Okay, let's take a look here. I mean, Key has put in almost 13,000 damage and has 21 eliminations as we're going in just now to capturing point A here. The support though, 15,000 healing done by Jacoby here through the first point here of their attack phase, and I mean they are just getting aggressive.
Yeah, Off gonna get taken down though. This is the place to hold. If you couldn't hold first, you gotta hold here, and Bear Claw just collapse on an over-aggressive Key and seal the deal. And they take out Jacoby late as well. They're pushing in very aggressive.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. And they're gonna have to find some way to bleed time off of this timing because, I mean, it's not that far that they have to go through point B or point C. So, I mean, Ant Matrix is ready for both teams. Sound barrier though. Shijagon once again leading the charge in that department. They've got some serious weapons to hold.
Oh, the Gravitic Flux gets every member of Bear Claw Gaming. Just such a drain on the immortality field of Shush to keep them alive. KQA using the beat just to keep themselves upright. Bear Claw Gaming are on their last leg, but can it be the second win to get Sheep? Here's the amplification matrix from Jacoby. He pushing the fire right through it. Those direct impacts can be deadly through the amp, but can't find the picks. Shield the accretion, and Off with the ult to take out Shush. What a huge ult, and the push is going to come right through. Bear Claw, they've lost their supports. They need to beat a hasty retreat. They can't get staggered.
I like the retreat there though. It's going to give them the opportunity to come back as a full 5. They've got their own artillery strike ready to go, and they've got the blizzard coming up as well. Nothing to defend against it other than the flimsy immortality barrier.
Oh, Brian, the bullet gets eaten by Garchomp. Whenever we think Bear Claw's against the wall, they come at us with something completely different. And a hero play from Garchomp might not even be enough. They lose Shush again. There's the accretion to stall out Key to get the kill with the Flux. Garchomp is such an incredible Sigma. Canceled 2 ults in that one fight and swung it around for Bear Claw Gaming.
Shades of Vestola right there with the double canceling ults. Oh my word. Garchomp just saved point B for Bear Claw Gaming, and now they have their Blizzard going into this fight. They've got both support ultimates as well. This is going to be damn hard for Azathoth to be able to break.
It's going to be incredibly hard. They have the positional advantage, and Azathoth going on the edge, and they're just all going to get caught up in the Blizzard. That's a mass freeze. It's an Ice Age, and Bear Claw Gaming seems like they're the polar bears. Good night.
I mean, that's going to be a late stagger. Oh my god, Key had nowhere to go. That's evil in the most wonderful way. And I mean, just one Blizzard completely decimates Azathoth there, and we're at now 120 seconds left here in point B. That fire truck has now gone back underneath the tunnel, and we're looking to see what can Azathoth bring here. They're going to have to wait for ultimates to come up online, and in the meantime, you can see Bear Claw Gaming go aggressive with this amp matrix and really stop the rotations coming from this Azathoth squad.
Azathoth going in on the rotation,
Oh, no.
but they lose TJ gone. They lose their beat. They're just completely lost. Jacoby has the amp, but is it worth it to use it with no Lucio to keep you alive? It's just completely stuck. That underground tunnel there, grave, as Jacoby goes down. The beat thrown in can't save them. Oh, Jacoby gone. TJ gone, gonna get shredded soon after. And Bear Claw Gaming, they've got everything. And they use no ults.
They use no ults, and I mean they're going to have a 5-pack going into this next fight. And I mean, look at the overshielding there from Garchomp. The support is there. Everything on the line here as we cross the 55-second mark. You're looking for Key. Key is going to have to be the linchpin here for them to be able to get any kind of measurable progress. And it's going to be at the 40-second mark when I think that we rejoin these two teams. Artillery Strike versus Artillery Strike. Who gets the Blizzard first? That's what's really going to set this up.
Yeah, 2% away between these nays might be the difference. Artillery Strike coming out from Op, Bion using theirs as well, pushing through, no picks from either so far, but it does draw out the Immortality Field for Jacoby. Garchomp stunned low, gets taken out by Sheep. That's a huge loss for Bear Claw Gaming. Sushi down with the late beat. It's not enough. The pick onto Jacoby could be the sign of a turnaround for Bear Claw. They just need to stay upright, but they don't have the supports to do it. Bion gone, and there's gonna be a recontest on this point.
Oh, what a shot from Sheep! No shot! That might just win them the second point here. It's going to be Gravitic Flux versus Gravitic Flux, and you've got the opening for the Blizzard.
And there's the Flux, but off goes down. That's an early loss there. Just kept alive with the Immortality Field, but the Blizzard is there to keep it chill for Azathoth. And it might just be the cold sting of defeat. No, don't get off the pole! 2 C9s, 1 round. Map 3 coming at you. Oh my gosh, Billy, this is our first match. We've had 2 C9s. No. That you can say what you want. You can say what you want about that first round and how, you know, oh, it was forced, it wasn't like a real C9. No. Nothing with that on round 2. Nothing with that on round 2.
The Blizzard forced them off. I mean, it forced them off. Still, I would be sitting in the middle of that Blizzard to make sure that at least the rest of my team would be able to touch the point. Yeah, you're probably going to go down, understandably, but wow. I mean, what a turnaround there from Bear Claw Gaming. They go ahead and opt into the mirror, and it was like a completely different team there. I think that they got surprised. They surprised Azathoth there. I mean, Op was getting the work done through amp matrices, through, just sheer mechanics alone. The Blizzards were so good. But once Bion and Brainworms decided to opt into the mirror, this made this so much more of a equal fight. And they actually take the win there. I mean, and those eats. I mean, Garchomp absolutely is the MVP of this map, eating those 2 ultimates in that one rotation, getting it done. Good Lord, what a turnaround, what a clapback coming from Bear Claw Gaming.
I mean, Garchomp, I hope that they came with an empty stomach because they were eating on broadcast. That was incredible. That play at point B, point Bravo, on the high ground, down multiple ults, eats the Blizzard from Sheep, and then accretions the Gravitic Flux from Key. Garchomp completely turned that fight around, and I think it's coming up. That was where it was. Cancels Sheep's Blizzard and cancels Key's Gravitic Flux. That is a mastery of that character that Garchomp has shown, that has swung Bear Claw Gaming around to incredible heights. Bear Claw Gaming it's so incredible.
It's incredible. And I mean, the fact that they get the Blizzard out, this forces them off the wall. There we see it. So it wasn't, I mean, it was the wall. It was the Blizzard plus the wall. So they were trying to get back to the point. and they just weren't able to. Look at this this is Sigma, by the way.
Wow.
The damage, okay, is disgusting, but the mitigation is even better. It's equal in the death departments, but the ultimate's eaten. I wish that was a stat that we had, or the ultimate's negated. Holy cow, Garchomp definitely leading in that department. Maybe a little bit too telegraphed coming out from Azathoth, but still, you got to have the mechanics to be able to take care of it, and they absolutely took care of it, and Garchomp really did save the team. First time we're going to a map number 3 here in this tournament. Yay! And we're going to go to Suravasa. We're going to India, and this is where we're going to see, do we continue to run with the Sigma variant, with the Lucios going through, with the Bastions? Bastion does play well here, but I think that you have to have either a Genji or a Symmetra to be able to provide not either the repositioning or the deflection for the Bastion damage coming in.
Yeah, and a lot of this composition comes down to how you deal with the Bastion, whether that is a Genji Reflect, whether that is the Sigma Kinetic Grasp, whether that's both. Going into Suravasa, so much on the line for both of these teams, especially for Bearclaw Gaming. I mean, they have a storybook comeback written out for them. With being down 1-2, but being at the highest echelon of those teams that are 1 and 2, the teams that they struggled through every single round, every single fight, they have a chance to go against Azathoth, a team coming from a contender's team, and come in with what could be a stunning performance and a stunning upset. And it looks like we are sticking with the composition for Bearclaw Gaming. They're saying if it isn't broke, don't fix it. But shush on the Lifeweaver. We have seen some Lifeweaver before, but in my opinion, it struggled a little bit.
I mean, but you do have that get out of jail card, and we'll see the swap come back through. Now, looks like Brainworms is actually going to play the Mei here, so I like this. But they're actually going to stick with Bion on the Sojourn. So flanks are going to be at a premium here for Bearclaw Gaming.
That it will, and what a good place to flank than Suravasa as they go in on the edge. Both teams rotating around. Azathoth going to set up on point and stick to it, waiting for this engage from Bearclaw. They can't wait for too long as Flashpoint immediately going the way of Bearclaw, but they have a free engage now that Maywall is gone. Where'd Bearclaw go?
Looks like we got a pause going in here. Maybe somebody lost connection, or I'm not sure, but that's an early 14% over to Azathoth, and I mean, they're going to take that all day long. The re-engage will have to come in here very shortly, but yeah, I mean, Maywall is going to be important for both teams because once you see that go down, you know that you've got a finite amount of time before it comes back up, and you have to worry about being sectioned off from your team. So I think the Mei plays incredibly well here, not only preventing, as you just saw there, the contest coming in, but it also gives your support some time to be able to re-heal. And I think that that's going to be a big kicker here going in this Suravasa map, is how do they deal with the spam damage coming in? Can Bion find that flank angle and start landing those headshots that we have not seen consistently throughout today?
Yeah, and that's been the big problem so far for this Bearclaw team, is that you've seen so many incredible plays from the DPS of Azathoth. I mean, Op on this Bastion has been a living highlight reel, but I mean, comparatively, and it's tough to compare to Op from what we've seen today. Comparatively, the DPS of Bearclaw Gaming have been a bit quiet. Now, maybe that's going to come out on Suravasa. Maybe that's going to have a maybe that's going to be where they awaken, especially map 3. If they're very determined, and it looks like they are, that could be the moment where their anime theme music comes in. We start playing the theme song, and they get the power-up shonen style, but I don't know. I'm not sure if it's going to be, if it'll be enough, because Flashpoint is such a chaotic little mess. Can Bear Claw ride the wave?
We'll see. We'll see. We did have some issues with the lobby, with the new map types coming in. We still have some a little bit of problems going in, but we're gonna throw it to a quick little break while we get those settings set up, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
Watch your back, she's a hurt machine. Walk the
thanks for sticking with us, or should I say, thanks for bearing with us as we jump back in. We had some troubles with the lobby, but we're right back into it. We're going to restart the map. So right back at Suravasa, it's going to be the same point, as Flashpoint always starts on that same center point, but we're going to have that engage happen one more time. So, I mean, from the compositions that we saw, we got a little sneak peek there, Billy. What are we expecting going into this final map?
I'm not sure. You know, I think that if Bion stays with what they showed before, it's still going to come down to, can the Sojourn find the headshots that has been inconsistent throughout our series so far? We're looking for Op and Sheep to set up the angles and for Key to hold court in the choke. So for Bear Claw, Bion is actually going to go ahead and opt into the mirror here. So this is actually going to be a better look for them. This is actually going to be a little bit Providence for them. But look at this, the speed already onto the point here for Azathoth.
Yeah, they're pushing in, rounding this corner, but have they gone in too aggressive as Op on the Bastion has to rotate around on low ground just to get with their team. The wall would come through. Oh, Key is sectioned off, but can go around safely. The wall up to give them some cover. Re-engage right back in. Bion over on the side, facing off against Op, nearly getting hit with the accretion, but staying alive. The pick onto Key is a crucial one, and now the wheels will come out to play. Bion looking to find that pick on the Baptiste and keep theirs alive, sticking really well with Shush and keeping them up. And Bearclaw Gaming will take first Flashpoint.
I mean, look at the difference between Key and Garchomp right now. Garchomp showing the chops right now on the Sigma. 75% to Flux and not to be outdone. Brainworm 75 to the first Blizzard, keeping pace with Sheep. Sheep has really had the lion's share of the May play today, and now that we're in this mirror, it's going to come down to wall management and also the rotation of abilities from the Sigma that's really going to be able to get you in and out of this point.
Yeah, and Shush, with this early amplification matrix, could be a team fight turn. I'm looking at both of these windows. Both can get popped at nearly the same time, but it's Brainworm's going to come out on top with that first pick. And taking out Sheep. Op using the ult, going to die in the middle, but gets two! Op with an incredible pick, with an incredible ult and a martyrdom to boot. The Blizzard, the backline, takes out Jacoby. Is this not over for Bearclaw Gaming? Are they going to re-aggress the beat for CJ Gon and Key with the Flux? They're fighting for this Flashpoint like it is the most important thing they have ever seen. The ult from Bion. I'm running out of words here. Bearclaw Gaming, there comes the re-engaged Blizzard into the backline, going to freeze up all. Sheep takes out Bion, but there's a lot of picks going the way of Bearclaw. Immortality goes down from Jacoby. The point finally gone, and Azathoth fight tooth and nail, but cannot retake point A.
I mean, Op going over to the Tracer, so you're going to have a little bit more speed for Azathoth. They're changing up the terms of this engagement, going back over to the Bastion. But, I mean, they invested heavily into that, and now they're going to be behind in the ultimate economy. So Bearclaw Gaming, if they can get to this point first, they're going to be able to set up and really take it to Azathoth. This might be the reverse sweep starting right here.
It very well could be. They have such an advantage on this point. Key gonna jump right in with his aggression, and there, as it dies out, there's the Bion coming in with the Bastion. Point going to flip towards Azathoth, looking to keep this in their hands, looking to go to 3-1, get themselves in a comfortable position. Window from Shush, keeping everything going and just really shutting down all of the angles.
Damn.
Taking down by Bion. That was a team effort there. Everyone pitching in. Jacoby gone. And that's a solid pick for Bearclaw. The staggers will be solid, but eventually 50%. Bearclaw Gaming will flip over.
Sound barrier advantage in this fight, though, for Azathoth, and I mean, they're going to have that to really go up against Garchomp's Gravitic Flux, so they've got some tools here to recontest. They did get to 52%, so I mean, for them to make this recontest, they've got to be smart, they've got to be decisive. That's the big thing.
Artillery form from Bion, gonna pepper in some damage onto Azathoth, but no picks found off the back. It's just an early engage. Sheep with the Blizzard thrown in, finds Garchomp. Can they keep Garchomp alive? No, they can't. Op finds that early pick. The beat not in response to Garchomp because Garchomp's down, and it'll be Azathoth retaking Flashpoint at 52%.
Well, I mean, there's somebody around here to be able to touch. Yep, there they found him. And that's going to be a late stagger. Oh, no, it's just going down. And now you're looking at Gravitic Flux. So you can actually Sigma 9 them if you can get close enough to 99%. I think that you look for that to pull them off the point and stop the contest.
You very well could. I don't know exactly the height limit on contesting on Flashpoints, but we might just well find out. Gravitic Flux and the nice shot from Op to slam Garchomp onto point. Op.
Point.
KQA, any pointers in the chat? Any contesters of point in the chat? KQA is now dead. But flipping over point is giving Bearclaw Gaming some time, but it looks like they're not going to engage. They're going to wait for next Flashpoint. Evened up 1-1. They're going to engage right here, though, on the way. And Bion's going to get taken down. The early window is not going to get them well. Really early ults. What is happening on my screen right now? KQA coming in with 2. Just deadly on this Lucio.
Oh, my word. Okay, Garchomp, I see you. I see you. That was a great Gravitic Flux. Really kind of flipping the script there for Bearclaw Gaming, saying, you know what? You guys used it for us to keep us off the point to recontest. We're going to make it so that you can't touch as we head to Ruins now, or I'm sorry, onto Temple, as we head up here to the northeastern quadrant of Suravasa. And now 4 on the point here from Bearclaw, and they've got Sound Barrier in their hand.
Oh, Brainworms goes low early, draws out the Immortality Field from Shush. Blizzard thrown in, can't get eaten. Key frozen up and thrown into the drink by KQA. A solid boop and a solid team fight for Bearclaw.
Great first capture here. Just the one ultimate to go into that. And I really like the economy here for Bearclaw. But now you're looking for the answering Blizzard. Will Garchomp be able to eat another one? We'll see if that is actually the case. And then Op with the artillery strike. We've seen them combo with Key a couple times today. Let's see if they go in solo and try to pull out some of these ultimates from Bearclaw.
Bion gonna be the first to use it. Thrown out. Gonna draw out the Immortality Field. The Blizzard thrown in freezes 2. Can they find the follow-up? Both will stay alive. Garchomp gone. The beat thrown in. Beat answered by CJ gone. Op with the ult finds the pick onto Shush. Silencing Bearclaw. 99% on the board. But the flip comes in.
Yeah, but it's a 3 ultimate fight, Lena. And that's the big difference, is that is so expensive. For Azathoth, they're going to have the Gravitic Flux coming in. So, I mean, that'll be something. It all depends on how far are they willing to push out and meet Bearclaw Gaming as they make their approach.
Yeah, Azathoth needs to be aggressive here. That advantage they have with Key's Gravitic Flux will soon be shared by Bearclaw. They need to go in aggressive. They need Shush to not get something like that. They need this window to not be valuable.
That's it.
Exactly what it is. 2 picks, 1 of the CJ gone. The Flux comes in, no picks off the back of it, and Key is just lost in the back and just running away. Jacoby and Op taken out, and Bearclaw Gaming are 1 flashpoint away from victory.
I mean, it's a great reset there from Key, but once you lose your speed option here in Shige gone, you're done. You're done. You're absolutely done. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, you lose the flux there, you whiff on that. So now Garchomp has a free flux, no sound barrier to defend up against it. And I mean, I'm looking here. Will Brainworms be able to build up this Blizzard and really stop the aggression coming in from Azathoth?
I think also they have the position on the point, early window to get a bit of a better angle, but is it going to be enough? There's a lot of ults coming through for Bear Claw that could overwhelm Azathoth. They need to be smart and they need to draw out a lot of them. There's the Flux, it catches everyone. Immortality to keep them alive, but that's a piece of utility that's gone. Off uses the ult, needs a big one, but there's nothing in the kill feed to show for it. Wizard out from Brainworm, and it's all Bear Claw. Azathoth going to use Beat to reaggress Sheep onto the Genji. There's the ult, and it's Shijie gone out, and that's disastrous for Azathoth. They're going to get staggered off and taken down 40% and climbing for Bear Claw Gaming.
And they've got Sound Barrier at the back as well, so Key's Gravitic Flux that's upcoming is not going to be that impactful unless they can find a way to take KQ8 out of this fight early. Sheep over to the Genji. We have not seen this variation today here for Azathoth. They're feeling the pressure right now, 70% and counting.
Yeah, 70%. The fate of 2 and 2 breathing down their neck. Azathoth have so much to go through. They need something big to come from Key. Otherwise, it might be all over. Jacoby's window is a good backup option, but they need something. Key throws in. There's the Gravitic Flux. No Beat comes out. KQA going to respond with the Beat with some re-aggression, and Shijie gonna fall first. Bear Claw Gaming looking to take their throne, but they lose Brainworms. She's gone. It's gonna be close. Garchomp uses the Flux, gets stunned out of it by Key. Azathoth has their chance. They have a few players left. Can they find something? There's the ult onto the point, dropping in, but Key's gone.
No one to touch.
There's no one to contest. Jacoby gets in, but it's just a stagger. It's just a prayer, and Bear Claw Gaming tears through it.
That is the reverse sweep that we have been waiting for. We get the map 5 or the map 3 banger. We get all of the action here, and Bear Claw Gaming takes themselves now to 2 and 2, and Azathoth now falls down to 2 and 2. So they are sitting pretty and even, and actually Bear Claw Gaming is going to be ahead of them because of the head-to-head. So my word, I tell you what, Bear Claw Gaming showed some serious heart here. Azathoth had this series really in their hand, and it all turned around there in Midtown as we take a look at the replays here from Suravasa. Back and forth action from both these teams, but I think that the versatility of Bion switching back and forth between the Sojourn and the Bastion, and them really leaning into the mirror matchup. Lena, this is where it came down to, is that they were just the better team with this Mei Bastion setup.
Yeah, Billy, I mean, the Mei Bastion came to life on Midtown and just rained down destruction on Suravasa. A turnaround for the ages coming out from Bear Claw Gaming, and it shows not only are they a strong team, but they're a team that, to take a phrase from one of our favorite junker mischief makers, take a licking, but they keep on ticking, and they're able to come back, take 2 maps in a row, and not let one lost map turn into a lost series, not let that snowball of bad mental happen. So they have got determination in them, and we're gonna chat with one of them to see just how determined they are to move forward and to get into the bracket stages. There's a lot of Overwatch left to play today and in this tournament. So we're gonna have a quick little break, and then we'll be coming back with a fantastic little interview with a member of our victorious Bear Claw Gaming squad. Don't go anywhere, don't change your channel. You won't want to miss this. We'll see you shortly.
and I know pain. Omnix Mutants Raiders, many I've slain. Dunkirk Town is my domain, and when I'm done, none of this will remain. There will be a reckoning!
And we're right back with the victorious team, with the support. Shush, thank you for joining us on the stream today, and congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so I guess the first question that I'd have to ask is, coming into map 2, coming into what looked really rough for Bear Claw Gaming, what was the energy in your guys' voice comms to have that incredible turnaround, to look like a new team, a team reborn into map 2, into Midtown?
It was pretty chill. I mean, I think all of us were just like, nah, that's a fluke. Surely they fluked the first map. But yeah, we've been working on like keeping everyone just chill and not really thinking about if we lose a map or whatever.
All right, so from me, I mean, Midtown was kind of sloppy at first, and then all of a sudden, things got really tightened up. How impactful? What was the comms when Garchomp canceled those 2 ults?
Garchomp said, "I ate it." Everyone was like, "Whoa, wait, that's crazy. Wait, you're crazy." And that was pretty much it.
Now, we saw Bion kind of go back and forth between the Bastion and the Sojourn. So what was the thought process behind that? And did that really, give the other team, give Azathoth such a hard time that they just didn't know how to react?
I don't exactly know the thought process behind it. I know Bastion does more damage and Sojourn takes off angles better. But they're pretty interchangeable in my opinion.
Fair enough. Now, before we let you go back to your team and go back to your next round, we just want to give you an opportunity to, if there's anyone you want to say thanks to, anyone you want to shout out while you're on the stream, the floor is all yours.
Shout out my team. Shout out Molly. Molly joined the waiting room while I was waiting there and kept me company. thanks to Bear Claw Gaming, who did not endorse us at all, but we stole the branding anyways. What else? No, that's it. Okay, that's it.
Classy.
Well, thank you
classy.
s-
Love.
Here's it.
Classy. Thank you so much for joining us on stream, and good luck with your future games. We hope to see you more on broadcast, potentially in that bracket stage, but we'll let you get going and head to your team. That, my friends, was just match number 1 of the day. We have got 2 more fantastic bangers that are gonna be heading right for your brains. We're gonna take a quick break before we get back. I mean, Billy, I can't wait to get into round 5 and round 6 of this Swiss stage. We've got so much more Overwatch. Aren't you excited?
No, I'm extremely excited. But before we go to break, we're going to take a quick look at our standings. We still got one match being played, but this is the updated standings. This is where we're sitting at right now. Washington Timeless still on top of everybody right now with a 4-0 record. But there you see Bear Claw Gaming jumping over Azathoth into that 9th place position, and Azathoth dropping down from 9th to 11th. So they are sitting at 2-2. It says 1-2 on there, but that is a bye win that is in there. So they've got their work cut out for them. All these teams right now have a feasible chance of getting into the brackets this weekend. Kunoichi actually getting their first win of the weekend from where I got my start casting in the CGL. Good to see them. Good to see them back from the Kunoichi kerfuffle that we saw a couple weekends ago. And well, we'll see how this goes moving forward. It's going to be Valiant and All Yes are still playing right now. All Yes are still playing. And so we will see how they are coming out there. And well, I'll tell you what, this is shaping up to be a very dynamic round number 5 coming up. Folks, don't go away, because we're going to be back with round number 5 in just a little bit. Stay here, keep getting your Mercy progress going, and Lee and I will see you in just a little bit.
This is Colossus, born from the sand, rise above the station and born to command. Our bears and in the yap actually fall through a vine, hunts the barrel on the X and wrecks them like a crime. This is the legend of the Dugout Queen. Watch your back, she's a hurt machine. What the world,
Welcome back, chefs. Today we're going to be taking quite the interesting recipe. We've got a fantastic barn burner delight for you today. We've got a lot of cooking puns that are going to be happening today because we've got Vancouver Titans Blue versus Gordon Ramsay Esports. And now I apologize if any of my puns aren't fully formed. They might be a little bit raw, but we'll see how we can do it. Billy, are you sick of me yet?
No, but I have a feeling that after the end of this series, I might just be. Okay, culinary terms aside, this is going to be a banger of a series. Both teams are sitting at 2-2 right now. Sky Sniper, one of my oldest acquaintances here in the Overwatch community, coming back from my CGL days, so it all kind of tracks back. But looking at Vancouver Titans Blue, what we saw during the Kunoichi kerfuffle last weekend was phone and what? And I tell you what, they had a fantastic series that I had with them on stream. And got a real good look at them. Spinor played a lot of Wrecking Ball and was one of the outliers for me during that kerfuffle, during that tournament. And Safrona, the UCI player, really highly ranked right now in the Okra standing. So lots of representation from all around the Overwatch world here in this one Vancouver Titans Blue team. And I can't wait to see what they bring out the gate today, as we want to see, can they get themselves above 500? Both these teams are looking for that most important third win here in round number 5. They're only going to have one more round after this. So what we want to see is really how are they going to take the aggression? Are they going to have the meta picks right now? Are they going to play something outlandish, which is what we saw during the Kunoichi kerfuffle from this Vancouver Titans Blue team? We'll call them VTB moving on forward because that is quite a mouthful. But looking at Gordon Ramsay Esports, the Nightmares. Hello, I'm a chef. Gordon Ramsay and I actually share a birthday. He is 10 years older than me. But we are both born on the 8th of November, and I'm really looking for Persona and Kada to be the leaders of this squad. Having seen them during the Swiss stages over in the Kunoichi kerfuffle, had a chance to look at their team off stream. I'm really impressed with what Kada can bring. I'm sorry that you can't play Life Weaver, Kada. I'm really sorry. But your main support is actually quite cracked. So this is actually going to be one of those matchups where if you get the momentum going in your favor, I think that you might have a very positive outcome to the series. So, we've got all this representation. We've got all the gamers ready to go here for round number 5 of our Swiss stage. We got just one more round after this before tickets are punched. So this game, so very important, Lena.
That it is. I mean, like you said, both these teams looking for that third win to give themselves even an iota of safety heading into the bracket stage. 3 wins, and to some extent you're in. It's not a guarantee, but it's going to net you as well. Getting into that 3 wins club earlier on is going to net you opponents that will give you a higher strength of schedule and help your tiebreakers coming into, if push comes to shove, coming into a tiebreak situation. You'll have that advantage because you'll be playing tougher opponents, tougher teams, and you'll have that additional strength of schedule. You'll have that tiebreak. But enough of the math. Let's get down to brass tacks. Let's get into Overwatch. We're going to be starting off on Leijang Tower, and I think if you're going to see the ball work, I think there are some sub-maps here where you can see that work.
I think the only area that you don't want to really play Wrecking Ball on is Control Center. I mean, you can get environmental kills both on Gardens and on Night Market. So it just depends on if Spinor is going to, kind of play the anti-meta hero right now. And if they do that, then I think that this is actually going to be a really positive start for them. But we'll see which map we're actually going to start out on here as we, take a look at some of the behind-the-scenes footage. I tell you what, VTB really impressed me during the Kunoichi kerfuffle. I thought that they had a really solid team. They did get some revenge on some previous Calling All Heroes losses. So I think that this was a great warm-up event for them coming into the third minor here. And make sure that you are subscribed on Twitch, on YouTube. Make sure that you have everything that you can have so that you never miss a broadcast of Calling All Heroes the Minor. It's so important. It's so important for our community. It's so important for the marginalized genders community and having this safe space. And well, what's not going to be a safe space is gardens. People going to die here.
That they certainly are. Vancouver Titans Blue taking a bit of variation on that traditional meta, but GRE Nightmare sticking pretty well on to what we've seen so far with the addition of the Symmetra, which I think might be switching off. We got the Junker Queen versus the Sigma.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I mean, we're looking at phone actually on the tank roll. So no Spinor right now for Vancouver Titans. That is the big thing right out the gate for me, is that they don't have their typical tank player in, and they've also got Nostalgia in on the support. So a little bit of a lineup discrepancy than what we're used to seeing from this team.
Yeah, really interesting. And BT Blue, they're going to take a lot of point presence. They're going to step up, now running through White Room, ready to defend. BT Blue just pushing in a lot more aggressive with this Reinhardt, and with this more mobile shield, they're able to put a lot of pressure in, and that is a Bastion right in the face, but Phone goes in a bit too deep. Gonna get caught out. Early window from Saprona will provide some damage, nearly taking off Jono, but it won't be enough. And VT Blue, they get early position, but they will not tap point.
Well, I mean, we're looking now for GRE to start building this process up. And I mean, Mercedes right now on this Echo, early duplication is going to be coming out for them. Poor you. Getting the work done, kind of keeping pace here with Nostalgia, but Jono has actually been putting a lot of the work in, even though we did see Saffrona, the UCI standout, having that early ad matrix to no avail for VTB. So GRE has some tools here to be able to take. I would expect Mercedes to take the Reinhardt swap and see if they can get an early shatter.
Yeah, maybe the Chuck E. Cheese coming up on a pretty early ult as Mercedes just gonna mow down Phone, gonna get taken out, and a impressive gamut of ults run through for GRE Nightmare to take that point.
I mean, they're just really good defense there for them. And now Persona has this overclock ready to go. You're also gonna have sound barrier, so dueling sound barriers in this fight. The big one for me, McMahon. How many people can you trap with this Blizzard?
The Blizzard is the big question mark for this fight, but what's already gone? The shot from across the map from GRE means that VT Blue are just a little bit left in the lurch, waiting for their Bastion to come back, waiting for the rotation to come through. What needs to be ever so careful to not get caught out on this rotation. Mercedes is going in. That was such a smart play from Mercedes. Shatter onto the Echo, but they're going to get stunned out of it. The accretion, Mercedes will go down, but VT Blue needs to just rush to point to try and contest the Blizzard. Did the Blizzard get canceled? I believe it did. It got canceled by the shot from Persona, beat from For You. And really, for Vancouver Titans Blue, they have just really lost a lot there. What could not find their position, and they're getting the picks, though. They're coming in very impressively, and they've find a few picks. It's just For You on this point, stalling out, doing what losers do, but not for too long. What a scrappy fight for VT.
Aye. Okay, that was pretty broken there for both teams. And I mean, I like the swap for McMahon over to the Soldier for the speed, obviously, but they're going to lose a lot of the utility that Amay provides here. So for Mercedes, early copy should be able to swap them on and get them onto the point and take it to Bone.
Onto the Reinhardt, but the Shatter dropped in onto Chuck. Finds a lot of damage, and it's going to be Jono getting taken out. Fury Nightmare is for you, trying to play along the side, trying to keep their team alive, but they're getting just squeezed into a corner, trying to stay alive, but eventually Fury Nightmare gonna beat a retreat. Have some opportunity to push back in, though.
I like for you getting back there and getting the taxi service going and running. Now they've got Gravitic Flux going into this, and it takes them up. Whiffs on it!
Whiffs! Completely whiffed from Chuck. Can't find a single member, dodged perfectly, and that Sigma's gonna get taken down. And VT Blue have turned this series on its head.
I mean, we're looking now, Mercedes over to the Genji, not getting the work done. Persona over to the Sojourn. We've got Poryu available with this sound barrier. I don't know what you're going to really hold it against. Maybe against the Amp Matrix coming in from Safrona?
Maybe there's the Matrix and the Fire Strike through. Catches both supports. Jerry Nightmare are completely trapped.
That's it.
That's all she wrote, Billy. And what was a lion's roar in to the first round, goes out like a lamb. I'm standing up as I cast. You can't do that to me, Lucy. You can't spin around like that. I'm liable to fall over.
Oh, man. I mean, what a turnaround, though. I mean, they had this on lock, and that Fire Strike through the Amp Matrix absolutely decimated any kind of a chance for GRE to get back onto the point. So now, as we head over, it looks going to Night Market, question mark. I can never tell from this angle. We'll see what these two teams are going to bring in here. Yes, it is, in fact, going to be Control Center coming here for the two teams. And we see Chuck E. Cheese swapping over to the Orisa here. They've got a Symmetra coming out for them. Mercedes going to stick with the Genji here, so they're looking for early damage, and what just says Nene to Jono?
Jono just got run over, completely decimated by the wheels of what go round and round right over your back.
I mean, that is just disgusting, and that's the power of having the Symmetra with the Bastion. Gets so much mobility to an otherwise slow character. And now you're looking for Poryu. You've got to be able to get your Orisa onto the point. Can Poryu deal with the damage coming in?
Uses the Javelin Spin to try and stay away from this Bastion and all the damage pumping out. And it's enough to get the pick from Persona on the off angle. A great play, but can they bring more? Yes, they can. Persona taking 3 and hungry for more. That'll be a finish. 3-piece for Persona.
I mean, they went ahead and swapped over and opted into the Bastion mirror, so I like that coming from them. So it's exactly what we needed to see. We needed to see a little bit more damage output coming in from them, and well, we're gonna have a Blade coming up very shortly from Mercedes. Safrona has been putting the work in once again, almost has the Amp Matrix online. UCI player really showing up big here for VTB.
Really showing up, but Jono goes down immediately. What finds another huge pick for VT Blue, and it's the immediate flip, 27%. Fury Nightmare, insane plays from what?
I mean, it's from both Bastion players, isn't it, Lena? I mean, they're both putting up big numbers right now. The big thing right now, though, is that McMahon did have that photon barrier that allowed them to get so much damage during that last fight, flip the point. So, sound barrier ready to go here for you. Jono has to watch his head.
Yeah, and what? Already using that ult, trying to stay alive. Nostalgia gets taken out. It's the Bastions again. Just showing up and showing off. Persona has the ult, gonna take out what? And the push keeps on coming, keeps on rolling. GRE Nightmare to flip the point.
They use the sound barrier to engage so nicely there for GRE, and I mean 63%. So this is going to be one of those rock and roll, back and forth, roller coaster kind of maps here for us. You're looking now for the Terra Surge. Do you combo it with the Blade, or do you let a Blade go first, try to pull out all the utility from VTB, and then go in with the Terra Surge and finish him off?
I think you pull out the Blade first, but it's going to be up to Jerry Nightmare. They need to deal with Nostalgia's beat and see what they can get. It's going to be the combo come through, and Safrona's going to get taken down. The Blade will find what? Mercedes on the double kill. And solid cut.
If I'm GRE right now, I'm going and taking choke. And I'm going to put an amp matrix down their throat, down VTB's throat, because that's the best way they can roll through this right now. Persona halfway towards the artillery strike, just past what, as a matter of fact. So, I mean, this is going to be one of those engagements in the neutral. Jono, I mean, the amp matrix has to be huge here.
It has to be, and out it comes, and then TP'd away from where it's most effective. They're facing it at a 90-degree angle, and a great zone away from BT Blue. Fury BT Blue are playing this so smart. They roll right in with Nickman's ult on the Reinhardt. We've seen how deadly they can be. Gets the taste from long range, from downtown. Picks up what could be the most influential kill of the round, and they're gonna roll right through.
And they got Shadow here at the choke as well. Plus, you can set up the car wash coming through it. So, I mean, 75% and counting. This is last fight territory. They've got the sound. They've got the amp matrix. They've got the Shadow ready to go. Poor you does have sound barrier to be able to help them get sturdy on the point.
Yeah, I'm looking at Poor You now. This sound barrier needs to stay to be good, to be true. But they get hit by the fire strike. Phone on the Reinhardt. The deadly aim of someone who has just sent their team right into advantage, and the spawn door to seal the deal is Vancouver Titans take map 1.
Evil. Phone is evil, and we're not missing anything in the tank department. I thought they were going to have an issue here, not having Spinor in the lineup. Nah, we got Phone here, and Phone is phoning it in and making direct calls. These fire strikes through the amp matrix coming through, just absolutely perfect. That's twice that they have thwarted a recontest in final fight territory, both on Gardens and now here in Control Center, and they take the 1-0 lead here in our first of 2 series. Round number 5 here, minor number 3, calling all heroes. We're rising together with the Toronto Defiant. My word. I mean, this is going to be a back and forth series. I have a feeling once we get past Control, Lena, but we're going to take a look at some of those scenes from the first part. I mean, we saw Gardens go up to 99-18, and then the flip from Vancouver Titans Blue, and they absolutely get it done. The shatters from Phone have been absolutely gnarly, and you love to see it. And I mean, really, just the adaptability here. I mean, the last second recontest coming through. This is at 99-18%, and then it was all Vancouver Titans Blue after that. I mean, the whiff that came out from Chuck E. Cheese, just not required. And the Bastion play, what versus Persona is so intriguing, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, what and Persona have both just come to play, and they have been playing the day away, picking up clutch play after clutch play. It seems like what and Persona could not keep themselves out of the kill feed if they tried, even in the big pop-off moments for these tanks. You still see some incredible stuff. I mean, look at Phone on Leijang Tower, 4 ults used, 8,000 damage. That's a lot for not a lot of time on Control. 16 limbs and 20k damage blocked. What heads up Reinhardt play from Phone?
I mean, you and I are both tank mains, and I played a lot of Reinhardt back in 6v6, and I don't play him as much now, but that is impressive, the amount of damage mitigated there from Rectangle Man. I think that Phone may have had quite a few Timmies this morning. By the way, Toronto Defiant, if you want to send me some Tim Hortons, I would not be disappointed at all, because I do miss that from my former homeland, the Great White North. I do miss Tim Hortons very much, but what I don't miss is great Reinhardt play, and that's what Phone brought to this first map of Leijang Tower. And now we're waiting for the map pick to come in from Gordon Ramsay Esports. The Nightmares definitely want to flip the script here, and do we have another reverse sweep in the cards? Because we saw it happen just in our previous series.
That we did, and I think that this is a team, both these teams, that could bring it out, could bring us to map 3. I think it would be absolutely hilarious if our wonderful friends Jag and CB got 0 map 3s on their day 1, and we come in and just get map 3 after map 3 after map 3, I would find it very entertaining. I don't know about you all. I know you would all love some more time to get the progress up on that Contender's Mercy skin. I know I would definitely love that as well. So I think map 3 is definitely a possibility. We saw some really great play from GRE Nightmare. I think personally, if I had to pick one player that simultaneously did incredibly well, but I also really want to see the step up, it would have to be Chuck E. Cheese on the side of GRE Nightmare. An incredible tank play, especially on the Orisa. I get the idea that maybe doesn't have that comfortability on the Sigma, but I think that the Orisa play was very solid. So I think that maybe we could see something come through on our next map. So I think that if we see some really good performance from Chuck E. Cheese, if they eat their spinach and really come through, we could see our map 3.
I mean, Midtown's going to be next. So, I mean, Sigma plays very well here. Orisa does play well here. But if Phone is going to keep opting into the Reinhardt, I think that you've got to match it with some kind of barrier to block those shatters, because the shatters were absolutely disgusting. And I think that you need to also have kinetic grasp available for some of these fire strikes, because the fire strikes twice through the amp matrix is what decimated this GRE team. So as we head to New York, we're going to take a look and see what these two teams bring out here. Obviously, VTB is on match point here. They want to take a clean 2-0 sweep here and put themselves at 3-2 here in our Swiss stages, and really trying to set themselves up for a 4-win finish in the Swiss. But GRE, I think they have something up their sleeve here. I want to see a Mei. I am one of the Mei haters out there. I admit it. I don't like playing against her because she's so damn annoying. But when I'm casting, I love seeing it, because I love seeing how you disrupt play, how you create barriers, and how you cordon people off. So, from GRE, we're going to have a little bit of a change here. They're going to come out on the attack here. We're going to see VTB Blue come out on the defense, and Phone is going to show us the Sigma, something we did not see there on Leijang Tower. So this is actually a little bit different coming out from them.
It is different, and I think one thing that's interesting is that backline. We've usually seen the BAP Lucio backline, but we're seeing a bit more of the BAP Brig backline, which is a bit more what you would see with the more bunker, more poke style comp. So I think the GRE Nightmare could take a lot of advantage by pushing on through. They're actually going to switch up onto the BAP Brig support line.
I want to see how Mercedes deals here on the attack. I mean, looking for the angles, looking for that crossfire, and in combination with Persona, this could be actually a very dynamic push coming in.
As we get into this poke phase, and both these teams trade hyper skiers between the two of them, looking for an early pick. There's the wheels coming out from what, trying to get some early positioning. Jono bringing out the immortality field early. Phone is incredibly low, but kept alive on the brink, nearly on the brink again. This health war is being won out by GRE, and Safrona goes down to the double kill from Mercedes. You wanted to see how Mercedes comes to play. Well, you have seen it here, my friend. It's incredibly effective.
I love it. I love it. But McMahon is actually going to be able to provide a little bit of extra push there. Gets the Mega, keeps themselves alive, but the progress is still going up here. And that's going to do it for point A. GRE, one attempt, and they get it. 5:15 to go through the streets of New York and get the fire truck underway.
Yeah, and I like this playing forward, knowing that the cart moves automatically. They're able to play as a unit of 5 until they need to push it forward manually. They're taking space and not allowing that early choke hold, as there's the gravitic flux from Phone. Can't find the pick. Safrona goes down. The right-click headshot from Persona keeps GRE in there. The rally pushing forward. They need something more. Mickman on the copy. They can't find it. And VT Blue will get their hold on high ground. It's going to be a hard one to break, Billy.
I mean, what a copy there coming out from Mickman. But the problem is that you put out the amp matrix, you put out the duplicate, and you put out your gravitic flux. So I mean, you've only got the rally now to deal with it, and there's an early copy.
Early copy on the Baptiste for Mercedes. They're going to try and use that amplification matrix and get something through. Immortality field out as well. Means you can play really aggressive with it. There's the amp, and it will end quickly. Though the amp does stay up for a little bit, it's not going to be enough for GRE. And VT Blue are just going to roll right through with Mickman picking up many pieces.
I mean, Mickman's getting a lot of the work done, but the real star right now is Nostalgia, being able to get into the face, get that Inspire uptime, and just beat away any kind of contest coming through from GRE. Nostalgia definitely putting on a show right now, and Poryu actually swapping over to answer the Brigitte of their own.
That they are what using the artillery thrown in brings out the immortality immediately from Jono. And Mercedes is going to get taken out. Now Phone on the Sigma has free reign of the place. And it's just going to spam right through into that choke and get so much damage put through. Impressive from VT Blue. They're holding incredibly close in the spawn hold. Don't tell me they're going to kill the BAP. No, they stay alive.
I mean, but they've got 4 ultimates going into this fight, and GRE is just now starting to come up on their own rotation. So they've got to be able to pull some of these ultimates out of VT Blue, or it's going to be just stall after stall. They've already taken 2.5 minutes off.
Early window from Safrona is going to mean a bit of a delay for GRE, but no picks coming through. Thankfully, GRE not delayed too long. Mickman incredibly low on the side of Vancouver Titans. Can they save it? There comes the immortality field. Rocks thrown in to try and stun up Phone, but it's going to be Jono getting taken down. And they get the ult that they wanted, GRE Nightmare. They only use the amp for 3 ults out of VTB.
And they get the duplicate as well. So, I mean, that's great for them. So they actually pull the 3 ultimates out. And now they're looking at their own 3 ultimates coming into this fight. Persona over to the Bastion now, so really going to put work on the Phone shield right now. I think that's been the big problem right now.
And that has been the problem. GRE, this is their chance, this is their shot. But Mickman is waiting in the back, looking for a pick, but can't find it. Nearly going to get taken down. Has been so deadly on this Echo so far. Only 1 death to boot. Really looking for that pick, and is going to find it perfect onto Mercedes. The focus beam is right there. And looking for more peppering in the damage. Those sticky bombs and the focus beam so deadly. Mickman keeps VT Blue in it.
Mickman has absolutely shown up with violence in their heart and a prayer on their lips, and they have been taking care of business here. Now, Persona does have artillery strike in this next fight, but I mean, honestly, you've got immortality barrier. You've got quite a bit of mobility for Safrona and Mickman to get out of the way.
Yeah, it needs to bring up something big here for Persona, but nothing on the kill feed. And so VT Blue, they've got the window, and Mercedes goes down early from a pick from what? That's disastrous for GRE. They put in their ult and they get out. Not a darn thing, Billy.
I mean, Lena, they've taken 4.5 minutes off this time bank. We are still sitting right outside the second point spawn, and I don't see any reason for them to be thinking that they're going to get any farther. I mean, this gravitic flux has to be huge.
It has to be, and it's going to dodge the accretion, but can it find the picks? I ask you, and the answer is no. In fact, it's going to be what going down, not the Bastion. The opponent's so clearly focused, they can't find anything. Mickman dashes in, but the original break will go down. Mickman soon to follow. GRE comes out of this fight, not only with the fight win, but a gamut of ults.
I mean, the fact that they really negated the gravitic flux out of Phone and then staggered them at the end, holy cow, that's the fight turn that they needed. Now, Do they get it to point 3? They're in overtime, so they have to keep somebody on the point at all times. So it's going to be basically a 4v5 until they get it through.
I think they have this, though. They have 4 ultimates, and VT Blue are coming up on 1 rally, maybe. There's the Flux from Chuck E. Cheese, and Nickman's already gone. Safrona's next, and VT Blue can't find a single thing. They'll find 1 pick. They'll actually find 2. They've evened up, but what's gone? They don't have the supports. Mercedes pumping in the damage on the copy Bastion. And GRE Nightmare, they're looking for the end of it, and Mercedes to seal the deal. Barely keeps GRE Nightmare in the swing of things. And gets a kill onto Safrona! The stagger is insane.
That's incredible. I mean, with 90 seconds now, they're going to be able to get some decent cart push here. So what looked like a very hopeless situation for GRE on the back of those 4 ultimates. GRE turns it around. It's effing delicious coming from them. It's spicy. It's everything that you wanted. It's nutritious as well for GRE, but for VT Blue, now they're coming up on their own 3 ultimates here in the last seconds.
Got GRE Persona using that ult early on. Nearly takes out Safrona again. That could have been a huge ult. Amplification Matrix out immediately. GRE trying to draw out all these ults and get a quick fight. There's the artillery from what? Just looking to throw in for GRE. Can't find a pick off of it. Nickman goes down. Has the copy and can't find a single darn thing. So Mercedes and GRE Nightmare have the advantage. The Flux comes in from phone, slams down, but the immortality is there to keep them standing. Safrona is off on the side. If GRE Nightmare realizes that they could capitalize incredibly well, and Brig is trying to do that, but can't find the finish. Chuck E. Cheese goes down. Is that it for GRE? Has their run stop here. Nickman copy burned, and Jono taking out this window incredibly strong. Chuck E. Cheese back on the Reinhardt just to try and stay alive. The copy onto the Sigma, pushing through, looking for the ult. But there's not a lot left on the field for VT Blue. Is there anyone? What? Onto the Widowmaker, trying to find a single hope, a miracle, a prayer for VT Blue. Finds a pick under Persona. Can they find more? It's not enough. And what was nearly a hold early in Point Bravo is a full completion from GRE. They dug deep. They found the secret sauce. And they have sent it through.
I'm so impressed. I have to say, I am so impressed because GRE, I mean, they take the first point lightning fast. It was 5:15 when the fire truck came out of the fire station. And then they get absolutely smacked around by VT Blue. And I mean, we're in overtime. By the time we get to the tunnel, we are in overtime at that point. That 4 ultimate rotation that they had saved their bacon. The beautiful copy that came through from Mercedes on the Bastion, getting that last second artillery strike and really setting them up for success as they headed into Point C. That was exactly what they needed, and the heart has come out here from these Gordon Ramsay eSport nightmares. I'm absolutely impressed with that. They definitely performed at the pass, let me tell you. They got it done. Now it's time for them to defend. VT Blue. They got to feel like they might have had something stolen from them, like a candy that's had the lollipop snatched from them. They've got to come out here. They've got to establish early dominance and put GRE in their place.
That they do, and it's Nickman on the Hanzo. He's their ace in the hole. It looks like they're going to be an immediate switch on the Echo. So perhaps looking for some early shots or some early scouting. But GRE Nightmare really sitting pretty with that full completion. Nickman nearly takes out Mercedes with that focus beam. Mercedes barely stays alive. Now the jump in, a lot of sticky bombs onto Mercedes with the first picks onto what? Persona is looking to keep this going. And VT Blue are going to be sent packing. They're still trying to push through, but with Nostalgia gone, they cannot stay alive for much longer. Persona is so incredible on this Bastion.
I mean, it's just so much raw output of damage that they just cannot deal with it. And I mean, once the kinetic grasp and the experimental barrier are gone, other than the supports, you don't really have a way to stay in the fight. So for GRE, this is a great first hold here. It's definitely better than what we saw happen with the VTB defense here on point A. So for VT Blue, I think that they need to find a rotation here. They need to send somebody on a flank and get the work done. Mercedes almost has a copy already.
And Phone's gone! The immediate shot takes out Phone, and now Persona is ready and raring to just punch through any member of Hoover Titans. 3 pieces for GRE and Persona.
I mean, it's delicious. It's delicious from Persona. Persona's getting the work done on this Bastion. Just the aim is just so good. And the support. I mean, look at where Poryu and Jono are setting up as far as their support line. They're just getting it done.
That they are. Persona with an early shot gonna take out the immortality field, but not gonna find the picks. So GRE might just have to find something else to push through with, as VT Blue pushing through Subway. A very tight choke. Can they get the advantage? There's the ult. It finds 3 in the air, slamming them to the ground. Mercedes copies onto the Baptiste, I believe, and is gonna throw out the immortality. A really great copy. I'm loving these from Mercedes. Chuck E. Cheese pushing in aggressive, finds the pick, finds another, and keeps Vancouver Titans in their spawn.
I mean, this is great. This is a great response from GRE. What a rock as well. That's McMahon down. 75 seconds left. Lena. I mean, they've got DPS ultimates ready to go, but the support ultimates are also ready to go for GRE. Gordon Ramsay's nightmares are about to make life hell for VT Blue.
Yeah, and I think that it's gonna come down to who Mickman copies. We haven't seen a lot from what recently with these artillery strikes, and plus the immortality field is there, so Nickman's copy needs to be on point and needs to get them on point. Window out from Jono. What throws in the artillery, and it doesn't look like it's gonna draw any hits. Copy onto the Bastion. Can Mickman find the damage? Can Mickman find anything? The copy's gonna get taken down. It's the rally for you to push through. Persona gets taken down. This could be the turnaround, Billy, but it's not there. Nostalgia gets taken out, but Mercedes traded out. It's a scrappy fight. Coming up on some big ults. Mickman taken down. Chuck E. Cheese has the ult, and the accretion just came out from Phone. There's the artillery from Persona. Chuck E. Cheese going low. Are they going to have to bring out the ult? They're not even going to have to. The picks are there. For you takes out Phone. Safrona has to jump on the point to tick over overtime, but there's no one there to stall it out. What was an incredibly one-sided Leijang Tower has turned into a full hold of Midtown. GRE Nightmare have just had the map of their dreams.
I mean, it's their map pick, right? And I mean, they got the full value out of it. Phone, I mean, played the hearts out. There's nothing more that you can do. If you're VT Blue, I mean, you're thinking, man, we do this to them, and they get all that work done. And then their attack phase comes through, and they just absolutely get stymied. We saw the same defense as we saw as the attack. It was just all one-way traffic, and it was all Gordon Ramsay esports. They're on point A here in Midtown. They got the job done. They absolutely get the job done. They tie our series, so we're now 2 for 2 in going to map 3s here, Lena, as we take a look at what happened here in Midtown. I mean, remember, it was 5:15 on the clock as GRE took point A, and then the stall of the century happened. I mean, they were basically up against the door for the majority of that second point push, and then the 4 ultimate rotation comes through. The miracle in Midtown happened. I mean, Phone just got the work done. Good Lord.
I mean, that entire 5-minute stint was a highlight reel for Phone. Multiple plays of incredible veracity. I mean, Mickman on this Echo was devastating, was deadly. And somehow, GRE Nightmare, they come into their ult rotation. They get just what could only be described as the miracle of Midtown. That's all you can say there. And push through, get a minute and a half, a lifeline for point C, and not only get some distance, not only put that box of victory so far, they complete the map. It's incredible. And then after what can only be described as a fairly scrappy attack, GRE Nightmare comes in with a legendary defense, barely losing anyone, and just like they come in completely overwhelm VT Blue. There are times when they had so much ult advantage, GRE Nightmare was just always ahead every single point in that defense, and it was so incredibly obvious. And I mean, look at that. Look at how close these stat lines are. With just a few seconds difference, 11,000, that's 153 damage more for Mickman, one more ult used, the exact same number of deaths. Mickman and Mercedes were in a shooting range. We're just in a complete contest with each other, complete stalemate. Neither could get the better of the other for too long.
I mean, it's incredible the amount of the damage output from both. I mean, What and Mercedes also getting the job done. Persona versus What, also 11,009 to 11,006. I mean, both DPSs are doing their jobs. This healing is being done as well. I mean, 18,000 for Safrona, the UCI standout, absolutely crushing it. But then you look at Jono, 18,000 for them as well. I mean, literally, it's 13 heals difference between the two Baptiste, Lena. So, I mean, for these two teams, I mean, it is neck and neck, and we really saw the heart of GRE come out there. You know what I just realized is that it's Persona from Team Peru, from Group B of the World Cup qualifiers. Oh my gosh! I mean, lovely to see them here, and they're putting on a show once again.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the World Cup, you from the caster's booth and me watching the stream, saw really incredible stuff from Persona. So it is really great to have that little, pointing meme of like, I recognize you. But going into what is our final map of this match, which is going to be, we saw Suravasa, so now we're going to the wasteland, to New Junk City. And I ask you, what is Vancouver Titans cooking up with this one? Why New Junk City? Why now?
I mean, Aussie Mommy time? Is it Aussie Mommy time? I'm hoping that it's Aussie Mommy time, because I would definitely like to see Junker Queen come out here. I know you're bracing yourself there. I get that. I want to see Junker Queen. I think Junker Queen can play incredibly well here. Commanding Shout keeps you up during fights. Even though I don't think you need to worry about that with the job that your support lines are doing for you. It's a pick here or there, Lena, honestly. And I mean, with 5 flashpoints, we'll see how it goes. This is Vancouver Titans' last chance to be able to pull themselves back and not go down 2-3, drop below that 500 mark. I think that would spell the end of your minor run here.
It very well could, especially when we talk about those tie breaks, when we talk about strength of schedule. You really want to get into 3-3, and you want to stay there, as New Junk City is going to be our next map and the decider for this match. So, I mean, I think the Junker Queen is a really good character here for this map. So we might see the resurgence of the Reinhardt. We could see the Sigma Rush, but I'm not particularly too confident about seeing it here. I guess we'll just have to wait for these teams to show us what they've got.
I mean, it's all coming down to this. It's all coming down to our Flashpoint map here. We're going to see everything start out in Arena here. Always start here on New Junk City in Arena. You've got different entry points. Do you decide to take high ground, drop down low, or do you decide to start low and then kind of circle your way around? Chuck E. Cheese is going to show us the Orisa here. Phone bringing back out the Reinhardt here. So I don't get Aussie Mommy here. I'm kind of disappointed. But you know what? We do have McMahon back on to this Symmetra. So mobility for what's going to be very important.
Yeah, mobility and jumping right into the fray is going to be the name of the game for VT Blue. We're going to have to see what TP McMahon sets up for their team and how GRE respond to it, as Chuck E. Cheese already getting taken down incredibly low, nearly getting burst down by this Bastion, but staying alive through some good support. VT Blue on the chase, but the Javelin strikes McMahon dead center. And that's a big first pick for GRE Nightmare. They're pushing in and ready to capitalize. This is what you want to see. There's what on the off angle, but they just can't sustain it. And so Persona is going to take a two-piece and get their ult quick.
I mean, si se puede. So Team Peru, Persona right there, getting it done with the Bastion. Look at Jono, though. So far ahead of well, I say that. Sephiroth is actually 91%. I was almost going to say they're so far ahead, but no, they are not. This is actually going to be a Amp Matrix fight coming in. Look at the rotation coming in from VTB Blue. That's an early artillery strike coming through, and it takes the Immortality field off the table here for about 15 seconds.
Yeah, and that's incredibly crucial for GRE Nightmare. They have a really great opportunity. Both the windows coming out, and VT Blue, it's just going to delay. This feeds right into GRE. This is last fight territory for them, and they get the pick off onto Phone regardless with a great assist from Horyu on the Lucio. They can't find it. What's gone? That is first flashpoint going the way of Gordon Ramsay Esports Nightmare.
Oh gosh, how good is this for GRE? The clapback, the fight, the heart has come through, and now they've got sound barrier into this next fight, plus the Terra Surge. Mercedes Blade coming up very shortly, and I'm looking to see what do these VTB Blue members have in their hearts right now, because I mean they're getting out rotated, they're getting out hearted right now.
That they are. What coming in? There's the blade from Mercedes. It's impressive, but they're gonna get taken out for it. The trade comes through, and there's the wheel from the Skuta. Uses the beat. Beat responds from Horyu. Uses it second. Probably gonna get the better value out of it. And there's that pick. Chuck E. Cheese rolls right through, and GRE Nightmare will take second flashpoint. They're looking dominant and a stagger.
I mean, Mercedes was the real casualty there. Pulled the blade out and got immediately destroyed by Foam, but they end up winning the fight outright. Terra Surge and the Fortify, so good against the Reinhardt, being able to stop him in his tracks. And that's the big thing right now is that Phone. It's going to have the Shatter, but as long as Chuck E. Cheese has the Fortify ready to go, it's almost going to completely negate it.
Yeah, a lot of ults for VT Blue Phone. We've seen some great shatters, and I think we're going to need to see another, as a TP right to point is going to be an immediate flip. The shatter onto the Orisa. The Immortals is right there to keep Chuck E. Cheese alive, and a spear to say stay away. Jono is a bit in danger, but stays alive. Persona using that. Whoa! Phone just into the backline, takes out Horyu. But can they get out of it alive? They won't. So this might be a flip heading the way of GRE Nightmare. But that flip for VT Blue is so important. They've nearly tied up. And what could have been one Flashpoint 2 is now one fight territory.
I mean, Chuck E. Cheese, you wanted more? Lena, you wanted more out of this tank player? You're getting more. You're getting everything you wanted from them and more, and now they're going to have Terra Search to deny the point. This should be map and match point here for GRE.
And the pick on the McMahon is huge. They might not even need to use a single ult. They're going to use the blade just to engage, and Mercedes is going to get taken down again. I mean, One of these days, Mercedes, you're gonna get a blade, and it's not gonna kill you. It's not gonna be like a Pharah ult, but GRE Nightmare, I am prime position right now. Mercedes has switched off onto the Echo. Maybe the dupe will get you better.
I mean, we'll see. But I mean, Terra Surge saved there. That's a huge ultimate. That's not going to get any value, or that's going to get so much value here in the early going.
Yeah, and coming up on the support ults as well. GRE are in such prime position. Early window from Safrona, trying to gain some space, looking for these early picks. Chuck E. Cheese very low, but has that fortify to stay alive. Terra Surge into the back line, finds the immortality field drawn out early. Window from Jono is gonna help Mercedes get the pick, and it's all Chuck E. Cheese. 2 picks for the Orisa Wunderkind. Incredible.
My beloved donkey horse is showing up big here in Australia. 30% and counting. 4 ultimates though, incoming from VT Blue. You've got the artillery strike. You've got a sound barrier to answer here from GRE. This should be the flip for Vancouver Titans. However, I'm kind of worried. I'm worried about where this Persona artillery strike is going.
I'm worried too, but Mercedes getting hit with the deflect from Nickman. Persona uses their ult. It's the beat to respond to foam, but the picks are coming through. It's Persona getting the better of what? But traded out from phone. It's not going to be enough. Chuck E. Cheese gone. The ults are coming through. Our VT Blue going to need more. They're not. And a big investment from GRE does not secure them the match.
Well, we're going to see Mercedes come up with duplicate here very shortly. But you've got to defend against a blade. You've got to defend against an Ant Matrix and a sound barrier. This should be VT Blue taking their first flashpoint. And if they play their cards right, they'll have stuff in their back pocket, in the pantry, for the next flashpoint.
Yeah, you definitely want to see them keep this beat online. There's the blade coming out from Nickman. They beat aggressively. That's 2 ults invested, but they're getting all the picks they could want and more. And it's a great win. Mercedes copies the Genji, does get a kill, but it's not enough to turn the fight, and it's a big ult invested for GRE. They have nothing to go into flashpoint number 4.
Well, I mean, they'll have Terra Surge. So Terra Surge versus the Amp Matrix here for GRE. I'll take that, plus another Amp Matrix for Jono. Jono's been putting the work in once again, absolutely keeping the team up through these fights. I'm looking at Jono right now, almost 10,000 healed Safrona, over 10,000 right now. So the Baptistes are definitely getting their money's worth today. And now as we head into, I believe, the refinery, we're going to see how this goes. I'm sorry, this is Ducks as we head in.
Yeah, this is in fact Ducks rolling through the early windows from both teams. Phone goes down and Chuck E. Cheese is staying alive. Everything's going all around them, but they are alive and they're there to keep GRE on this point and looking to cap one last flashpoint.
I love the aggressive use of the Amp Matrix there to secure the point. Now they're going to have a DPS and a tank ultimate ready to go into this fight. So Terra Surge v Terra Surge. Who's going to get the better one out, Phone or Chuck E. Cheese? I've actually got my thumb on Chuck E. Cheese here. They've really shown up big here in the later parts of this series.
Completely agree. Persona and Chuck E. Cheese looking for a big Austin. Persona gets 2 and the immortality. An incredible ult. Insane from the Omnic pair.
Oh, you love it. You'll love to see it. I mean, 66% and counting. Now, there are initiations coming in here. You're going to have the same combo coming in from VT Blue. Poryu needs to get this sound barrier. They're 8% away. This could be danger, Will Robinson.
That it very well could be Poryu waiting for this moment. Needs just 6% more. You're just watching this tick up so slowly. There's the ult.
Oh, no.
Come through. They don't have it, but they're still okay. No picks. Poryu's able to use this completely offensively. They can push right through. Jono, there's the blade from Mercedes. Can they redeem themselves? Gets the pick onto Safrona and looking for more. Might nearly take out Nickman. Nickman does get the pick on a 1. Gets the pick on a 2. Nickman nearly coming in to save the day. Phone gets the pick onto Jono. This is not an over and one and done fight. Phone goes down. It's done. GRE Nightmare completes the reverse sweep. What an incredible play from some incredible teams.
Effing delicious. That's all I gotta say. Effing delicious. The Peruvian Wunderkind getting it done. Persona on the Bastion. This was the opening fight to take the first point. They actually gave it over to VT Blue, but they got the 3-piece here and had so much work done there. The reverse sweep is completed. They take down VT Blue, and now they are sitting at 3-2. VT Blue sitting at 2-3. I think we won't be seeing VT Blue come next weekend, Lena. This is a bit of a shock based upon what we've seen from VT Blue during the first major, during the first minors. I mean, this is one of the teams that you expect to see in the latter portion of the tournament.
That they are, and GRE Nightmare has shown themselves that they are a Kingslayer, that they are an upset team, that you cannot count them out when anything is going against them. I mean, just the difference coming from the Leijang Tower that was all VT Blue all day to one of the most incredible turnarounds I think you or I might have ever seen, going from a really rough hold, not letting it get them down. We have seen heart from these teams that I have not seen in so incredibly long. In my entire time as a caster, I have seen heart today. I have seen soul today. I have seen passion. I have not seen in my entire time in this community. What incredible 2 matches. I can't wait to see what the third brings for us. GRE Nightmare, there's no 2 ways around it. Come back rulers here, and just insane. I mean, they full held Vancouver Titans Blue, a team that is so incredible on Midtown. Full held them. I feel like we didn't give that the weight it deserves. They completed the map and then full held VT Blue. GRE Nightmare might not be a top ranked team in CAH right now, but you cannot count them out of anything. And I mean, look at this. Persona, 10,966 damage done. That is 3,000 more than what on this Bastion. I mean, 30 eliminations to 7 and 2 deaths to 10. Persona and what? Persona must have just heard us talking about how these Bastions were evenly matched and went, no, we can't have that. And just eliminated the competition. Incredible stuff from GRE and incredible stuff from Persona.
You know, the big thing for me is being able to see not only Persona, but also Paulette, seeing the World Cup connection here and calling all heroes and seeing their growth absolutely makes my heart overjoyed. I'm actually a little bit misty-eyed just seeing what Persona did there and just the connection, the melding of the worlds. And you know what? This is what calling all heroes does. It provides this safe space. It allows these gamers to get into a safe place and get the high-level competition experience that's needed to perform on the biggest stage. We're going to see Paulette at BlizzCon at the Overwatch World Cup come at the end of this month. So, I mean, the World Cup definitely being enhanced by calling all heroes. But we're going to go ahead and take a quick little break. We're going to have a chat with one of the players from GRE Nightmares. Don't go away. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
welcome back. We were just talking about them, and we've got them here with us. We have got we've got Persona. I was looking at what's coming up next. We've got Persona here talking. We were just chatting about you before we went to break and how insane your Bastion play was on New Junk City. And I have to ask, I asked it to our last reverse sweep team, what was the turnaround? What was the reaction after map 1 that allowed you to get such a turnaround going into Midtown?
Okay, thank you. I feel like after the first map, we were just not warm up. And I realized that their Sigma didn't use their cooldowns properly. So I feel like I could like exploit that weakness better with Bastion. And we just got a better mentality too. And I felt like it was a smooth sailing after that.
Okay, I want to ask about playing with Mercedes in your opposite DPS on your team. You two seem to play in concert together very well. How is it playing with Mercedes?
I think Mercedes is a really, really nice teammate. They've been nothing but kind to me ever since I came to the team. And they're our captain, you know? They're a very good teammate. I like playing with them. They're very good at the game.
Getting a little bit away from the gameplay and more into the bigger questions. How much has being in Calling All Heroes for you been? Because I casted you in the World Cup. We were talking about the Argentina versus Peru match there in Group B. How much has Calling All Heroes helped your confidence?
I feel like it's a really nice opportunity for marginalized genders to show their true skill, and that I don't know, it makes me really happy. It's my first time playing in Calling All Heroes, and I've been nothing but happy. I've been really enjoying the matches and the people that I've been talking with. It's been very nice.
Well, you've certainly made an impression on all of the players. And I have to ask you, you talk about the people that have been so nice. Is there anyone in particular, any specific names that you want to shout out or really give a thanks to while you're on the stream? Whatever you want, the floor is yours.
Just my team in general, but also like shout out to Jonah. I got the hardest pocket ever on BAP when I was playing Bastion, so shout out to Jonah. And nothing else. Shout out to my friends too.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. Congratulations on your team's victory, and we hope to see you further in the bracket stage. But
thank you very much.
That's going to be another game done for today. So another coming up today. We're not done just yet, pardon. But we've got a third one. And Billy, honestly, I think that we could complete the 3 for 3 in the best of 3, go into map 3, just get all those 3s nice in a row. For minor 3, we could have a 3 for 3, but let's look at the standings. Washington Timeless keeping themselves at 5-0 above the pack. So we've got some interesting games coming up, but I mean, does that say 100% map? Have they not dropped a map in group stage? Wow. No. How insane from Washington Timeless, not dropping a map so far. But like you're seeing so far, a lot of those 3-win teams in the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that 4 would be the benchmark, and I still think that it will be. But I mean, Washington Timeless, they basically have their they have their ticket into next week. It looks like Timeless is going to play Drainers next, so that's going to be a 5-0 team versus a 4-1 team. But for our next match, we are going to have, I believe it is Fable versus Valiant, and they're both sitting at 3-2. So number 6 versus number 8 here in our Swiss stage. Whew, man, whoever wins this probably going to make it to the final weekend, but we have to take care of business. Maybe we will get the triple trifecta here for us here in round number 6, but we'll see that in just a few minutes. We're going to take it to a break. We'll be back with you in just a little bit.
reckoning!
One last round, one last game for one last minor. Welcome back, everyone, to the Calling All Heroes Rise Together Minor 3, hosted, of course, by the Toronto Defiant. And we have had some barn burners of a match today. If you got some barns that you really don't want burnt, I would get out there with a fire extinguisher, because the barns have been getting burnt today. We have had close match after close match, and I think we're going to have another one here. And we're going to two teams on the brink. We got Fable and we've got Valiant Guardians, both 3 and 2, sitting at 6th and 8th place on the standings, if I remember correctly, but I probably don't.
You do?
They're close. And I do? Wow.
You do?
I'm so good at my job. Fable and Valiant Guardians currently, if we ended right now, would be in top 8. But one of these teams has to lose, and we have a few hungry teams waiting in the wings to see one of them falter. So both of these teams want to win or make it close. Both looking to play spoiler. And I mean, Fable, we saw them on stream before with that wonderful tank. Avery, I gotta like have that big old highlighter right on that Sigma. Avery has been an incredible player, and I think that if you're Fable, that is a team that you are going to that's a player that you're looking to highlight and that you're looking to play around.
Of course, of Bellevue University, playing in the collegiate scene. I mean, for me, I think that Avery is going to be where we look at. Aria, I promise not to flame you too hard today. We had a little bit of a Twitter talk between myself. No, it wasn't beef. They just think that I'm a little bit hard on them, and I'm not. I'm just honest, and that's okay. She is going to have a fantastic day, I believe, especially with Panther at their back. Panther being somebody from the CGL scene as well, back in the day, console player back in the day. Remember them from Elk Gaming, and well, it's beautiful to see them here in Calling All Heroes. I think Fable is going to have a very good time up against this Valiant Guardians team as we take a look at their roster, captained by, of course, the incredible Moving Fish. We know them from Redbird Academy. We know them from Redbird Esports. We remember them as really being a versatile tank, and we have seen that not only here in Calling All Heroes, but we've seen it in Collegiate as well. Wisp and H-Key. I mean, this is a stacked roster here, and Valiant Guardians actually getting the better of Fable, if I remember correctly, back to the Kunoichi kerfuffle. I think they won 2-1 there. So we're going to be looking to see if there's going to be some changes around here, or if Valiant Guardians can take a 2-1 win here. I think that we're going 3 maps here. I think these two teams are incredibly well matched between the two. I just give a little bit into the tank department for Moving Fish. I mean, Avery is a great tank. But I think that Moving Fish just has that little extra je ne sais quoi that you just have to have as a tank right now in the metas as we're going on. And we're actually going to start somewhere different. We're actually going to start on Antarctic Peninsula. So this is going to be an interesting match point because, you know, you think about Sigma, you think about what kind of tanks work really well here, and Sigma works well on all 3 of these sub maps. So do we continue to see the Sigma supremacy coming through, Lena?
I believe in it. I believe in those toes. I think they can do wonders, and we've seen some incredible stuff from these teams playing Sigma, especially on Antarctic. But I think you do have some potential for a bit of other selections. I think you could see on some points, you could see the Orisa come out. You could see potentially some Zarya, but I think it's going to be the Sigma reigning supreme with those hyperspheres. So coming into our last match of the day, one of these teams looking to really secure themselves, especially when you're talking about seeding too. For the bracket stage, one of these teams looking to secure themselves a higher seeded place, and the other looking to, well, both these teams looking to do that, but the team that does not come out with the W might have their tournament lives in jeopardy. So a lot to play. The fire is ever burning, and the bottom 8 is ever chasing. So we'll have to see if these teams can stave off elimination.
I am scared for both teams right now because I think that a loss here knocks you out of the top 8. I honestly think that that's the way it's. Yeah. The 4 wins was my benchmark, and I think that seeing how close all the top really 10 teams right now are in the standings right now, I think that, you know, a loss here is fatal. This is the last round of Swiss, so this is your last opportunity to get yourself an extra win, get yourself an extra map win. And I think that it may come down to maybe 1 or 2 3-win teams coming through. So you've got to have that map differential in your favor as well. So that's where we're going to see this coming through, because one team's going to come out of here 4-2. The other one's going to come out 3-3. So positive records for both, but will it be enough to get you through, get you that transfer into the bracket for the October 14th start of our brackets? And well, we are going to start here in Antarctic Peninsula. Round number 6 of the Swiss here, calling all heroes, minor number 3, brought to you by the Toronto Fight. We're going to rise together. And well, I mean, Antarctic Peninsula, the newer of the control maps. I love this map. I didn't want to at first, but now I tell you what, it's really grown on me. And the reason why is because it's so versatile in how you go. And Penguin Watch is here. Thank you to penguins. All of our beautiful, thank you to everybody in the back room, Solomon and their crew, giving us all these beautiful pictures all day long, making us look better than we really do in real life. And well, they've made us look so good today. And well, Valiant Guardians, I have Chisato and Whis, and that's where I'm going to be really looking for Moving Fish to really get the jump on this Fable team. But Zoe coming in, bringing a little bit of what Season 7 should be a very scary DPS player. If they stick with the Summer here, I'd be very surprised.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to switch on to the Genji. I'm interested to see if we go on to the Sojourn for Fable. So I personally prefer this Valiant Guardians comp, especially for the speed of rotations and the speed that this Bastion and the damage consistently that they can pump out. I think Wisp has a lot of good stuff on their plate for a potential first fight as it breaks out on the point. Valiant Guardians taking early position and starting up that capture. Will Fable come into contest? They will not. So it's going to be first point. There's the wall to seal off the Sigma. Can they find the confirm? They can't, but it draws out the immortality, which is solid on its own right. And the time's still ticking up for the Valiant Guardians. They are happy to just sit here forever as Immortality Field comes out. Arya and Chisato is going to trade out. So a solid pick coming out from Arya with a headshot right click, but it does not get them the lead. But Fable will come through with a 1, 2, 3 punch.
Okay, Fable, I see you. This should be the flip here coming through for Fable at 29%, so not bad. Quite honestly, here for Fable, they get a lot of ult charge going in their favor, though. Look at Moving Fish and Avery, though, absolutely neck and neck in the Flux charge. So big difference right now. I think the Zoe is able to get a little bit more flank and is able to deflect some of that turret damage coming back from Wisp. So, you know, it's a difference of theories. It's how you want to address this.
Really early window from Memon comes in and just dishes out the damage, and Wisp is going to use that to utter perfection. Take out Gusty, take out Avery, and Z Panther will be taken out later. Moving Fish picking up multiple to get a quick flip.
Look at how far ahead they went of Avery too. I mean, that's the big thing right now, is that they have absolutely flipped the script here as far as the Flux generation. And I mean, Caro getting the work done on the Lucio as well. I love the amp speed engages that are coming in from them. So, I mean, you're going to have a 4-pack of ultimates here for Guardians. Same thing, but one more. That's Sound Barrier.
Hero gets taken out by the blade immediately. That's a huge loss. Keeps the Sound Barrier, doesn't end up using it. So not an Ajax, but still aggressive use of ultimates from the Valiant Guardians. They have lost so much. Arya getting that pick is huge. What a rock from Avery, taking Moving Fish down from the sky, and it's just gonna pump in the damage. Fable takes such an impressive fight, and Arya's gonna use the ult. Will's gonna pick on Nakiro, just seals the deal for Fable.
Okay, I'm here for it. I'm okay. Arya, you know what? I gave you crap. No, not anymore. Nope, that was absolutely perfect. And you got the work done, and you got the kills confirmed. The flip actually came through because of the flux that Moving Fish put out there. Now they're going to have your own from Avery. Avery is going to be able to deny a lot of progress here. They're catching the rotation early.
And nothing to respond from the Guardians. They have this amplification matrix, but the wall is there to keep them alive. No! No way! Avery gets taken out. I said the amplification matrix might not get them anything, but how wrong I was. It gets them everything, and it gets them a solid place, rolling up many more ults.
Well, they do get it to 88%, so this is going to be final fight territory here for the two teams. And I mean, if you're looking at ultimates coming up, Chisato has to get this Blizzard up fast because you're looking at Gravitic Flux. That should buy you the fight, should buy you the point.
Yeah, Arya nearly getting taken out. Any early pick is huge here. There's the Flux, lifts 3 into the air, and Arya, though, gets the shot off. Arya up 2. Arya heard your doubts, and they're here. She is here to rain down and to take them in stride.
I mean, it's the beauty of the Flux, and then the beauty of the charge rail shots coming through. And now you're looking at a window on the approach and a blade to boot.
Oh, and Zoe takes out Wisp immediately. Is anyone even going to be able to touch? No, with an early window, the blade just to the scare tactic almost, as Cable take a solid round 1.
I mean, we were talking that this could be back and forth, Lena, and I think that this is exactly what we're going to get. These two teams are so evenly matched, and we're going to see it. We saw it, a couple weeks ago in the Kunoichi kerfuffle. We're seeing it here now in minor number 3. It's going to be back and forth. We didn't get a chance to see Z Panther during the Kunoichi kerfuffle, so I think that this is a big upgrade here in their support line. I mean, we're seeing the same thing coming out from Wisp and Chisato and Moving Fish for Valiant Guardians, but for Fable, the upgrade from Z Panther, I think it's the real kicker here for them.
Capture the objective.
It certainly is, and as we push forward into round 2, similar compositions from both these teams, so we're looking to see some differences in how they play around the map and who gets what, as these Genji's gonna square off on the high ground, but it's Z Panther the first to fall. It complements them and they fall immediately after. It's the caster curse all over again, and it's Zoe to take that Genji 1v1. Chisato falling. Fable have a chance, but they lose Avery and it's all for naught.
Yeah, I mean, once you lose your tank in this composition, especially any kind of mitigation, you basically lose the fight. So once Avery was focused down, it was all over, and it's a nice, escape there for Fable. Allows them to get back, allows them to get their support some extra ult charge as well. So I think that, for this next engagement, Valiant needs to be dislodged from their background position. This high ground position is so important on the approach.
It is incredibly important, and pushing through, just waiting them in. Takes the headshot onto Zoe. Avery needs an answer for Fable, otherwise it's gonna be really out of hand. And there's the answer. Arya with a headshot onto Chisato. That's the start. Need more. Ever hungry for more. Moving Fish goes in aggressive. Is it gonna pay off? Can they stay alive through it? They're going to keep pushing through as Arya gets taken out. Avery facing off with the Bastion, just holding shift, trying to stay alive, and it's Moving Fish up against his Baptiste, but saved, but not for long. The Immortality Field doesn't come in quick enough. Memon goes down, the Panther goes down. It's a scrappy fight, flip for Fable, but the ults are coming out so incredibly quickly from Fable, and Valiant Guardians are holding on, and Scrappy still Kiro on the point, trying to hold the point. Potentially be flipped. Gusty with 2. Fable.
Okay.
Fun. Crazy.
All right. I mean, that was a very broken fight. I mean, lots of ultimates invested in there, but in the end, Fable does come out on top. So, you've got both your DPS ultimates. I mean, it's going to be blade for blade here. Who's going to get the more value, though? Is it the artillery strike, or is it going to be the overclock?
That's the question. Wisp looking to make a definitive answer, throws it out. There's the blade as well. There's the Immortality coming out from Men to get Zoe a first pick, but it's Zoe getting taken out. You do get the Baptiste. That could be the start of something for Fable, but they need to keep it going. They need another pick, and Wisp is incredibly low, gets healed up. Blade pulled from Chisato, and Gusty is gone. Arya soon to fall, and Chisato with a great ghost dash takes out Avery and nearly is taken out by Z Panther. Just dash into their death.
I mean, they get it to 63. And the other thing is that I thought they were going to keep the overclock, but they actually invest the overclock and get nothing for it. That's a wasted ultimate there. You need to have that one back in your pocket for the recontest. It was a lost fight. Now you have 0 initiation onto this point. You're looking at a moving fish, gravitic flux coming up very shortly.
That you are. And Valiant Guardians, they have all the advantages. Fable, they're 30% from their support ults. So they would need a long, drawn-out fight. And Chisato's not ready to make that happen. Arya evens it up. Z-Panther on the side of Fable, trying to turn it up. Arya, though, takes a second. There's the flux from Moving Fish. And the stun from Avery keeps Fable in this game. The flip comes in, Moving Fish taken down, and the script has been utterly flipped for Fable. They're coming in with 3 ults to 2 on Valiant.
Okay, and that's a late stagger onto Wisps as well, so I mean it's gonna be dueling support ultimates for both teams. The big kicker though is gonna be that Avery has the gravitic flux upcoming. This is final fight territory. I mean, do they take a 2-0 sub-map victory here on Antarctic, or do we see Valiant Guardians be able to come back in and take it in the neutral?
We'll have to see, and it's going to be up to these windows, is my mind. Memon on the low ground. The beat comes early for Kiro. They haven't tracked Avery's ult. So Moving Fish gets the early pick. They use his aggression, but Avery's going to come in with his ult soon. Is it going to be enough? Avery comes to Chisato, uses the flux. Is the accretion there? Lifted into the air as the accretion releases. It's not enough. The ult from Wisp could be the turnaround. Thrown into the back, and it only catches an immortality field. Kiro goes down. It's not close. It's not enough. And Fable take their first map in tight fashion. I mean, talk about storybook.
I mean, we're just here for it. And Avery putting up a huge performance up against our collegiate rival, Moving Fish. Looking at how they're progressing around the map here, and I mean the generation of flux between these two tank players was pretty much even throughout both maps. I think that the big difference that we saw was the fact that the supports were there, and Arya showing up huge on the Sojourn. Definitely a turnaround from the Kunoichi kerfuffle where they had a little bit of aim issue, and you know, it happens from time to time. I mean, they're better than me any day of the week and twice on Sunday. But I'm loving it. I'm loving what Arya is bringing to this composition right now. They're finding those flank angles. They're finding the heads of their opponents. I mean, here we go. Once again, yeah, you get traded out, but you take the May with you. And that really turns the fight here for Fable. I mean, just great clapbacks from Fable all series or all map long. This was great for them.
Yeah, and I completely understand you calling it all series, because even those 2 sub maps, I felt like I went on an entire roller coaster ride throughout it. That was it was so much. I'm so exhausted of just that one map. I'm not exhausted of it. I'm exhausted because of it. I would never get exhausted of this high echelon of Overwatch action. And I am so excited to see more from these teams. And I think we've said it every match we've had, but I think it rings true here as well. This was so incredibly tight. 99 to 99 on that second round. I think we're gonna have a really close map 2. And I think if Valiant Guardians can turn it around, then we can have a lot of some really solid play. And I mean, look at this. Look at the comparisons here between Moving Fish and Avery. The exact same eliminations. 10,000 damage for Moving Fish versus only 8.8 on Avery's side. And 1 less death, but 2,000 more damage per 10 is incredible from Moving Fish. So high tier Sigmas, I think Moving Fish really came into their own.
It's too close to call. This is like election day. It's too close to call. These 2 tanks, they're bringing not only the collegiate flair, but also the calling all heroes flair. Who's going to be the more dominant tank here? And it's too close to call. because I think Avery got the better of the ultimates. You also saw the stun out of the ultimate coming from Avery onto Moving Fish, which completely turns that fight around there in the second sub-map. So for Avery, I mean, more of the same, please. Yes, we want this, and we want more from Moving Fish. I want to continue this rivalry going on. So we're going to see. We want to take a look at our Mercy skin and take a look at what this looks like, because this is what everybody's here for. I mean, everybody wants to see the Mercy skin. We love to see the Mercy skin. So we'll also take a look at the map pool here very shortly in just a second, hopefully. Possibly, maybe not. As we take a look at it, we are going to head to Numani next. So, I mean, Sigma does play well here as well. I'm wondering if we're going to see some more of the Symmetra come out here, because Symmetra can move the Bastion around so very well, and we've seen, you know, a lot of variations in these lineups here for Fable and for Valiant Guardians. So we'll take a look. We'll take a look and see how Numani is going to go down, but I'm still looking. Avery versus Moving Fish. This is our marquee matchup.
That is the title matchup. That is your headliner. Two incredible tanks facing off on a map. Now I'm interested to see here one thing that, if you watched yesterday and you saw the Numani after Numani after Numani, one of the approaches that a lot of the teams had on defense that brought out a bit of confusion in our casters was a bit of a split high ground approach. And the question is, are these teams going to also split that high ground on the left and right that you can see on that flyover in the foreground and the background now? Are they going to try and split their teams up onto both sides? Is that the play, or are we going to see something different? And we see Fable showing the Iari, and I think that's a really good pick for the defense here.
I like it. It just depends on your pylon positioning, obviously, but you have some escapability. And also Captive Sun is so incredibly powerful. I also like the fact that they're bringing out a little bit extra mobility here, in the fact that Zoe is coming out onto the Echo. So you're going to have splash damage. You're going to have good burst from the Echo. And I mean, Gusty and Panther are going to have a really good time keeping lines of sight on their players. So, I mean, priority pick, obviously the Bastion, but also the May needs to be blocked up early.
That is what we're looking at in Valiant Guardians, getting ready to roll right through. Just waiting for that Lucio speed boost to be engaged. There's the speed, there's the amp, and the push is immediate. The high ground Zoe is shredded in midair. What an accretion from Moving Fish, catching an insane highlight and taking out the Echo immediately. The push comes in incredibly aggressive now, as dropping onto low ground is Valiant Guardians. Kiro on this Lucio looking to speed their team around. Gusty gets taken out, and Fable are crumbling. Their defensive hold split in two and run over by the Sigma composition.
Yeah, we see Zoe come back on the Genji, trying to get the last touch there, but they're suffering from a lack of speed right now. The speed amp coming from Kero is the big difference maker right now. It gets them on top of Fable so easily, and there's nothing for them to really to reject and deny that pressure coming in. So they're going to push up nice and far here and take a lot of free space.
That they are, and this is where this composition is going to shine the best. It's going to be on this low ground, and it's going to be tough, I think, for Fable, because they really want to be on this high ground. They have more poke potential than the speed, and Lucio isn't really great at this poke war in the way that the Iari is. Interested to see how they engage off of it. There's the Captive Sun thrown in. Can they get the burst? They do. 2 picks for Z Panther. Arya taking a 2-piece as well, and the tactical crouch boost.
Beautiful claiming of space there. Beautiful usage of the Captive Sun. and it's only the one ultimate, so they've got 4 ultimates coming in to this next fight, and now it's about pylon placement once again. Do you use it like they are right now to make sure that your support stays alive and you can keep your team alive?
That's the question. Some pressure put in, immediately healed up onto Arya. A lot of ults on this side of Fable, but the stun is immediate, and the artillery finds nothing. Valiant Guardians, they have to use almost everything. Zoe gets shredded on this blade, and the beat keeps Valiant Guardians alive. A big ult investment from Fable will get them zilch, and Valiant Guardians will keep on rolling with the changes.
That is just fantastic out of Valiant Guardians. They know what they want to do here on Numani, and they are asserting their will here. I mean, the staggers are absolutely disgusting coming through. I mean, and what is it today during rounds 4, 5, and 6 that blades seem to be shot down more often than not? Arya's going to have to come up huge with this overclock because Chisato can claim a lot of space with this blizzard upcoming.
That we can only find out, but I think we will very shortly. Misato with the blizzard throwing it in, eaten by Avery. The Sigmas today came with an appetite, and Arya will get exploded by moving fish. These Sigmas are deadly, but they still have the opportunity to freeze come through onto Fable, and they eat onto the captive sun. Moving fish and Avery both came with an appetite. Arya gets taken down with a headshot. There's the flux. Z Panther gets caught up in the flux, but is just taken out right as it ends. And Fable falling apart, but the pick on the Memon is absolutely massive.
This is a broken fight that has just turned in Valiant Guardians' favor. I mean, it was so expensive from both sides, but Avery does have an opportunity to level it back. You've got the Gravitic Flux. You've got the Blade on your side. Oh, man. Blade, beat is not ready for Carol. 8%, they're going to get it out before the beat.
They're going to get it off. The beat is there, but it isn't in time. It's just going to be waiting for this Blade. And Valiant Guardians, they have all the ults. They've got both their DPS ults coming up, and there's no defensive ult. Zoe throws it in, has the beat come off instantly from Kiro. Wisp uses the ult, and Arya's going to be the first to fall. And there's no ults on the field right now. Chisato building up to the blizzard, but they might not even need it because the Valiant Guardians are rolling through. No points. All solid.
I mean, the speed difference has been huge. The May difference has also been pretty huge here. And that's going to be almost a 240 time bank coming in here. That's great for them. They get everything that they needed out of this. 2:36 on the clock as they captured the 3rd point here. And I mean, they never got a chance to set their feet. After point A, they just got steamrolled through streets. They had one good fight win off of the captive sun. But on the back of that, 2 eaten ultimates from the opposing Sigmas completely negate the value that we thought we were going to see out of the Blizzard and the Captive Sun. So I tell you what, moving fish versus Avery once again. I think that it's the supporting cast behind these 2 tank players where the real battle is going on right now, Lena. And I think that with Wisp and Chisato really having a good time on their DPS choices, I think that we need to see Lucio come out here from Fable. We're not going to see that. We're going to see what we saw there at the beginning during their defense page. We'll see what Valiant Guardians do. They're going to bring out the same thing. No reason to change it, especially with the healthy time bank that they have.
Yeah, and for Fable, I liked the idea of the Bap Iyari backline when it came to the defense, but on the offense, I really would love to see this Lucio push through, and that's exactly what we're going to see. We're going to see the switch up come through, but I mean, Wisp on the Bastion, you see those stats.
3,
Dominance. One word.
attackers incoming.
I mean, it's the immortality field too. I mean, Memon has been just absolutely on point with these immortality barriers when they have really been under the gun. The timing of it has been just so chef's kiss perfect.
And already here comes the push. It's gonna be a lot slower than the push of Valiant Guardians was, as I mean, Fable are just sitting and waiting for an opportunity to push through. The wall nearly sections them off, but it's gonna be Gusty taken down first, a headshot from Wisp, and that's where the engage comes to party, and Wisp is just there to provide the covering fire.
I mean, it's only Gusty going down there back into the fight quick enough. So, I mean, there's time for a little bit of rotation to come back into their ultimates and their abilities. Yeah, that's a great wall. And they don't get the value out of it, though.
They can't get the value out of it. Moving Fish close to ult, might just need it. The immortality field is out the window, but the rock from Avery. Rock 'em, sock 'em. Avery's got it all.
That's it. That's it. That's the first point being taken there. And it's the swap of Zoe going over to the Genji that gets it done. The deflect is so good. The wall or the rock once again from Avery. Another gravitic flux taken down by Avery. So Avery really showing the versatility and the Sigma know-how to get the job done. Sound barrier is going to be available to Gusty in this next fight.
And without any ults to really respond to, it could be used in an aggressive way. And with how forward Fable is playing with this support line, with the ability that they have to really go in aggressively, they could take this point incredibly convincingly with this ult bank they've got. They'll have to push through. There's the combo with the artillery and the flux. Wisp gonna fall victim. And Moving Fish, the next one, Avery cleans house.
Good Lord, Avery got it all done there. Just said, you know what, I'm gonna stamp my authority on this map, and they just did it. And I mean, we saw one little stand come from Fable, and then it was a steamroll through point B. I think we're gonna see the same thing here. It's gonna be up to Zero or Karo to be able to touch.
That it is. Valiant have the ability to stall this out. They have big DPS ult. Wisp rolling through has that ult. Not gonna find any picks off of it. Chisato with the Blizzard could be a scary ult. But Zoe. Oh, did the Blizzard get canceled? The Blizzard did not get canceled, but Chisato's dead. The beat thrown in, but it's down 2. And it might be the turnaround. There's the blade coming from Zoe to try the turnaround. Gets the pick on a Moving Fish. Gets Wisp. And Fable are still in the story.
Are you kidding me? And they're going to get close spawn too. 4:45 as we head into point 3. There's a 2-minute difference between the time banks right now. Moving Fish is going to have a free gravitic flux here, as we saw Gusty have to invest.
And the thing with this gravitic flux is that it's going to need to help Valiant Guardians snowball into more than just one fight. They need that if they want to keep their time bank going. As the accretion comes out, Moving Fish has the time. If they want, the immortality field has to get used just to keep Moving Fish in the game. Accretion thrown out, immortality field gone. Moving Fish just waiting for the right moment to use this ult. Might just see it, but Zoe's gone already. Memon has the ult, and Fable have just been beaten back with no ults invested from Valiant Guardians. That is the dream, but Fable's coming back with a lot. Windows.
There it is. You see it come out. That's a great usage of the artillery strike, and actually it doesn't get anything. So, I mean, looking at this fight, I mean, the gravitic flux comes out from Avery, doesn't get anything, and now you've got the sound barrier ready to go. So Fable actually gets a little bit of a lucky turn here as they get Gusty to their sound barrier. They're going to have a real chance to survive this next fight, but it's Blizzard and Flux.
Yeah, they need something from this ult. Does it draw out the immortality field? It does, in fact. The beat, the Blizzard, the Flux, everything but the kitchen sink thrown in. Avery taken down. The Blizzard too strong for Fable. And Valiant Guardians will have their winning time bank.
Okay, we still got, what, 20 seconds difference between the two? I mean, they're going to be below. But I think that, you know, running in with a blade I mean, you've got the beat ready to go, but that was really expensive there for Guardians, so we're going to see what Arya can get done here.
We'll have to see with this Bastion not finding the picks with that. Those wheels, they're coming up onto some more. Harrow's beat needs to counteract Zoe's blade. Zoe cannot run rampant in the back line, looking for the pick onto the Lucio, but the beat comes off, and it's Gusty, the first Lucio to die. And Fable, Zoe might as well be swinging around a pool noodle for all the damage it's gonna do to the Valiant Guardians. And another fight gone for Fable.
And now they've got their artillery strike. They've got the window once again, so window v window. I mean, Arya needs to build up something here very quickly as we cross the 2-minute mark. It's all about how much time are they going to have on their attack phase should they finish the map.
Sea Panther goes down, an early pick coming in from Moving Fish. The ult from Arya, from Wisp will take out Arya, and another fight rolled through for the Valiant Guardians. They are looking to be in prime position for any extra rounds if they should come.
I mean, I think that Zoe now, I think that the Genji has proven their worth. And now I think it's time to bring a little something with a little bit more punch. I think bringing out a Symmetra here to move Arya around would be great. And also put a little bit more, putting a little bit more pressure on the shield of Moving Fish.
Moving Fish went in incredibly aggressive. That could be hubris that brings the Guardians to their knees. They're a fatal flaw in this story. They're pushing through Avery into the spawn. Wisp taken down. The ults, the Blizzard, and the Flux. Moving Fish gets to pick up onto Z Panther and Avery soon to fall. But after an expensive fight for Valiant Guardians, they come out of it on top. In a 3v3 though, it's not over yet. Chisato needs to come back on the Genji, but it will be the end of this fight for Fable. One fight left. They re-engage with the beat.
That's crazy coming in like this, and I mean, you've got Wisp out on, yeah, I know. It's so crazy. These swaps coming out fast and furious. Wisp is absolutely disgustingly scary on the sniper, and I'm just taking so much damage right now. We're at sub 30 seconds. Final fight territory incoming. You're going to have a blade and possibly another Amp Matrix.
Yeah, I mean, I think you really needed that ult back if you're Gusty. The beat is so important, and now Carol gets their beat completely for free to counter Zoe's blade. There's nothing you can do. Valiant Guardians, they do lose Wisp early. The beat not used to counteract Zoe's blade. Zoe needs to stay alive, use this blade, gonna pull it out. The Immortality Field sliced down. Can they find the pick? There's the one onto Memon, and Zoe gets taken out by Chisato. Is it enough? Have they sent their team forward to get into extra rounds, to get the chance of a draw? They have, with the staggers of the Lucio coming through, they will push through Fable. They might not be winning this map, but they are not out of the game just yet.
Just remember, crazier things have happened, especially on hybrid maps. So Fable, I mean, you know, they're going to have to defend here. They're going to have to defend for 2.5 minutes. So there's going to be time for ultimates to be built up here by Valiant Guardians. And, whew, boy, okay. We'll see how this actually goes down because, yeah, this is kind of a scary proposition here. What looks like we are going to get ourselves a bit of a turnaround here. 2.5 minutes for Valiant Guardians to be able to turn this around, get themselves on the board here, and take us to another map 3.
And here's the thing. Valiant, no matter what, Billy, we're getting a map 3. Whether or not it's a map 3 that is a 1-to-1, or whether or not it's a map 3 that's 1-to-0, is up to Fable on this defense. They struggled so hard against the attack of Valiant Guardians. They just got run over in that choke. Can they turn it around? We've had such a struggle the entire tournament of teams defending this point. Can Valiant Guardians flip the script and keep themselves in it?
We shall see. I think that it's going to come down to Karo and Chisato, honestly. I mean, we saw how absolutely deadly these walls can be, walling off the healing resources, walling off the approach. and really being able to funnel damage into a certain area. We've seen it happen time and time again. There it is again.
And there it comes. There's the Bastion. There's the wheels coming through. Memon goes incredibly low, but the Immortality Field is there to keep them alive. They survive the initial dash. Caro goes down. Memon soon to follow, and Fable have done so incredibly well. They have taken first fight. A few more to go.
Yep, I mean, they've got at least 2 more fights, 2 more really good fights. And it's all going to come down to focus fire once again. They have to be able to withstand this approach coming on the high ground from Valiant Guardians. They have shown time and time again that they are able to do it. I think that the patience, though, there from Z Panther on that immortality barrier really was the difference maker in that fight.
Completely agree. We'll have to see if Z Panther and their Immortality Field can keep Fable in this again. Accretion's duel, and it's going to be Avery getting stunned out. So much rolling through onto this Sigma. Both Immortality Fields out, the window through, but Hitman's gone, Wisp is gone, Caro down, and Avery leads the team to another one fight, and the stagger onto the Mei. This is brutal here. They boop to keep them away. Wow.
I told you that the Mei is going to be the linchpin here, Lena. Well, Mei is definitely enemy number 1, and now it's going to be a much more prolonged fight. And they have no amp matrix coming in. 4 ultimates here into this fight. 45 seconds left on the clock. Is it going to be 1-0 going into map number 3 for Fable, or are Valiant Guardians going to be able to turn it around?
We could get a map 4, Billy. This is exciting here. One last push. Valiant Guardians needs an extended fight here to build up those 2 ultimates, the Blizzard and the Flux. They need something big from Chisato, from Moving Fish. There it comes. There's the Flux from Avery. The picks here are massive. Chisato goes down. No Blizzard on the field, but Zoe is answered. There's no Blade. It's even Stevens 1-1, 4v4. Fable gonna wait on the regroup. I don't know if they have the time to wait. They're gonna go down onto the point. They're going underneath. They need the touch. They get the touch from Avery. There's the ult from Arya. We've had the criticism. Can we find the moment? Can we find the pick from Arya? Avery takes out Caro. That's such a huge play. Zoe with the blade. Takes 1, takes 2. Why don't you give me a third? Draw for the Valiant Guardians. Fable, take us to map 3. What a defense. What a stalwart holding of the guard. They hold the line, and they might give us a map 4 in a best of 3.
Okay, I'm here for it. I'm absolutely here for it. And what I'm also here for is the CGL alum Z Panther getting play of the game with the tactical crouch and absolutely turning the fight on its head there. And then they come up with a 2-minute, 36-second hold to pull the draw here on Numani. They learned their lessons from their defense of their first defense and get it done there. Arya and Zoe coming up so absolutely clutch in the final fight up against a Blizzard, and they get it done. Holy cow, I cannot believe how close this map actually was until it wasn't.
Oh my goodness. What an incredible play from Fable. How insane. Zoe on the Genji, who had been struggling with having their blades denied by beat or by accretion or by anything else, by everyone looking and pressing all their cooldowns at them. Zoe comes in at the last moment where everything is on the line for their team and rolls through, picks up 3, and sends this to a draw. Valiant Guardians and Fable are so tightly locked. If we see a win on Flashpoint for Valiant Guardians, because I do believe it is their map choice due to the fact that we draw, so we go back to the map choice of map 2. But Valiant Guardians have an opportunity to send us to map 4 to make this the tightest, most tightly contested match of the Swiss stage for Minor 3.
Oh, I mean, why not? Why not?
Why not?
I mean, we're here for it. We're here for it. I mean, Avery
We are.
versus Moving Fish still is the matchup, and I mean, we saw it again. Another rock to take them out of a gravitic flux. I mean, this is turning into the Avery denial show, and getting all the work done on the back of it. Moving Fish has played so incredibly well. I mean, this is neck and neck between these two Sigma players, and I'm flabbergasted with what the level of play that we're seeing right now. This is contenders worthy, and I'm here for it all day long. And like I said, twice on Sunday. It is Sunday, so I need more.
Yeah, give it to us twice, the Valiant Guardians, and it looks like they are. I mean, we're going into this. Yesterday was 6 maps total. We got through that by game 2, by match 2. We could potentially have a map 4. And map 4, just in case you didn't know, because I only learned when I looked down at my feed and saw it, map 4 is push. So if we go the distance, if we get the victory on Suravasa for the Valiant Guardians, then we'll have an impressive map number 4 to go to. And I think crucially, it will be, if we go to that map 4, it will be, oh my gosh, I'm lightheaded. It will be the Valiant Guardians. It will not be the Valiant Guardians' choice. Wow. I'm like de-stressing right now. The hype is overwhelming me.
Not me though. I was expecting this. We saw it during the Kunoichi kerfuffle, right? So I think that this kind of plays back in, and this is a redemption arc here for Fable that really, I mean, I don't think I expected it to be this tight, but Suravasa is its own demon, and if Zoe continues to play the Genji the way that we've seen so far, I think that you need to think about Chisato maybe breaking out their own Genji. So Suravasa is going to be map number 3. It is still a 1-0 lead to Fable. Avery and company still sitting on match point. And, well, it's still going to be the tournament lives here for your Valiant Guardians. And I'm just... Woo, we are on the edge of our seat. This is round number 6. This is the last chance for them to get a win in their win column and secure their spot into the brackets coming up.
Yeah, and I think also for a potential, even for a map 3, if we go the distance, that is really good for the standings of these teams to potentially allow a little bit of a miracle, depending on who comes out on top. We might see both these teams roll through, but we'll have to wait to the end, and we'll have to wait to see who guarantees themselves a strong seeding with Suravasa with this first point. Both teams, we got the Zarya rolling out from Moving Fish, so a new tank coming through. I don't think we've seen Zarya at all day 2. So we'll have to see if Valiant Guardians have got this in their back pocket. There's already Moving Fish going to get walked on by Avery. Can they withstand the heat? Seems like they can for now, putting out the damage onto Avery, and it's going to be Zoe the first picked off. Chisato and the Genji, just like you were talking, and already showing off as the quick flip rolling through Fable, then to Guardians, and it looks like Guardians will be holding on for a little bit.
I mean, it's the extra little bit of sustain. It's the extra little bit of protection that the bubbles provide. But now you've got the Genji out, so the deflect is gone. Bubbles are going to be at a premium.
That they are. That sustain is going to be gone. The Immortality Field barely levitates to its final position before getting exploded. Flip right back to the side of Fable. Avery barely staying alive.
Wow.
It will take out Moving Fish. That is incredible. Coming out from this support line, keeping Avery alive.
Arya, hello. That's a crazy slide shot taking down the Lucio. They almost had the point flipped at that moment. And I think right now, Moving Fish is getting the work done with the Zarya. I see what they're trying to do. They're going to walk past the experimental barrier. They're going to wait for that kinetic grass to go up. They're just going to lay in with a high charge Zarya. So, I mean, these bubbles that Moving Fish is putting out, absolutely crucial to build up that charge.
Absolutely crucial. There's the ult from Wisp, waiting for it. Arya pulling out the ult as well. One of these has to bring in that crucial pick, but both will expire with nothing on the kill feed. But a lot of ults coming out from Guardians that have not found much in the way of value. Gusty and the members of Fable. There's the grab. Can it find something? There's the accretion onto Chisato, the blade. Zoe catches Memon, and 2 for the Genji, making it 3. And Flashpoint 1 goes to Fable.
I mean, Moving Fish did the right thing, waited for kinetic graphs to come out, and then immediately launched in. What they didn't expect was the accretion taking Chisato out of the fight. 10% away from Blade. So, man, what a fight turn there for Fable. They're dealing with the Zarya pressure right now, and they're going to get set up on the next Flashpoint early.
And Chisato has this blade. That is the key for Valiant. They need this blade to land true. They need to draw out the immortality fields, and they need that early pick to come right through. But Chisato gets caught up in the flux, and there's no cancel. Avery almost negates that blade by lifting Chisato up into the air, but it will not be enough. The damage has been done, and Valiant Guardians will take first Flashpoint. For how long remains to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, losing Chisato that late is a good chunk of your not only mitigation, but also pushing power and finishing power. Now an early window comes out. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and push him on this point.
Yeah, they're going to completely take the point. There'll be a recontest coming through from the Guardians, but they'll need something big. They've got the support ult coming up. That's the advantage for the Guardians. They have a lot, as well as Wisp's ult. There's a lot going for the Guardians, but they need to keep something in that back pocket, or Caro needs to charge up this beat very quickly. There's the early window from Memon. Wisp looking for something big and is gonna find it. No ult necessary. Has an opportunity to use the ult, but they might not even need it. With Avery going down, Zoe shortly after, potentially. Ooh, Z-Panther as well. A solid recontest from the Valiant Guardians.
It only cost them the one ult too. So, I mean, very economic there for Valiant Guardians. Now they're going to have this overclock and grab coming into the next fight. They can use Sound Barrier to hold up against either the overclock or the flux coming in from Fable. Fable, I mean, they have some tools. I think that really, if you can get Zoe in on the back of one of these overclocks, really start providing pressure on the backline, I think that just pulls so much utility out of the Guardians.
Agreed. The last push for this Flashpoint from Fable. Arya opts the overclock, looking for the heads, but cannot find a single dink. The pressure will allow Fable to take the point, but Wisp is coming right back with it, looking for the picks, and is gonna find Gusty, and Zoe will fall next. Wisp is still looking for more. Chisato, though, gonna get taken out. Avery is not done with it yet, but Valiant is done with Avery, and it'll be 1-1. Flashpoint C going to the Valiant.
I mean, it only cost both teams an overclock. So now, I mean, going into this next fight, I mean, Gusty's going to have an answering sound barrier for the Graviton Surge, but then you've got the Blade. Blade is going to be the big kicker here, I think, for Fable. So as long as you can pull out Memon's Immortality Barrier, I think that you get a free Blade. I really want to see how they go in with this.
Yeah, Fable really want to take a quick fight here. Chisato and Memon are charging up their ults incredibly quickly. They cannot get stuck in the poke phase for too long because Chisato has Blade already and Memon is right up to their ult as well. It'll be very quick. There's the ult. Avery going to find, and Memon's going to get taken down early. Their immortality field will be the last vestige of them remaining. The beat from Caro is there just to keep them alive. It doesn't even respond to Zoe's blade, but Zoe gets taken down. Caro is staying alive. Chisato gone. Caro has the opportunity to do something great, but Arya gets the headshot. It's going to be a scrappy fight. Wisp takes one, but cannot find the second. Avery finishes the fight.
The only one out of the 10 left alive. That's hilarious. And they get I mean, they go and find a health pack, get themselves nice and sturdy again, 50% and counting. You got the Blade v Blade coming up.
Yeah, but you don't have a beat on the side of Valiant Guardians. You do have every single other ultimate in the video game. So that's a bit of a consolation there, but you can't be too expensive. Blade from Zoe, they use it early and they get Chisato, they get Wisp. That's a huge pick. They'll die for it, but they will die with honor. And now Gusty has the blade. Moving Fish goes down. This is disastrous. Gusty gets 2. And that's it. Number 2, D going to Fable. They are 1 away from sealing this series.
I mean, Lena, the big thing is that Gusty did not invest the sound barrier in the defense of that point. So now they still have it for Graviton Surge. And Arya has another overclock up. What a performance by this DPS player. She is absolutely putting on a show.
Putting on a show, and you can't say we haven't highlighted her because, oh my gosh, how could we not? The blade comes through. Gusty gonna use the beat to keep everyone on Fable up. A red shot onto Caro, taking out Moving Fish. Fable in the driver's seat all day long, mate.
Okay, CGL homie, I see you. I see you. I'm sorry that I doubted your Baptiste skills. I'm sorry. You can chastise me later. But still, Z-Panther actually turns that fight. I mean, great opening picks from Arya. Great positioning once again. Gets up here on this high ground. The bubbles are going to be an issue, though.
That they are, but so much pressure onto Chisato. Arya's going to get taken down for her aggression. That's a really bad start to this fight, and Valiant are ready to capitalize. Avery getting bounced around like a pinball is finally ready to re-engage on the side. Has the ult, but I don't think we're gonna see it come out here. No, in fact we are, but it completely whiffs. Wisp uses the ult, but it's gonna get it reflected right back at them. Zoe pulls out the reverse card. Zoe gets taken out though. The grab is massive. Can Moving Fish sustain themselves just for a little longer? They can. They stay alive and stay the course. Valiant are still fighting.
They had to win this fight. Otherwise, we're done. And we're getting ready to have an interview. What the problem is for Fable is that they were, over-invested into that fight. So now they're going to be going into a blade and a sound barrier. How do they approach this point? Do they go economic and just try to win in the neutral and save for a potential map, sub-map 4 here? The flashpoint is going to be, oh so important to get on top of it, and 63% counting.
Yeah, there's one fight left for this flashpoint. Flashpoint E, the blade pulled out, but dashes into the wall. Zoe is completely lost, and Chisato pulls out the blade. Doesn't find a picks, but the picks will come regardless. Moving Fish and Wisp burn through the members of Fable, and Valiant Guardians still standing. Go to Flashpoint 5, Map 3.
I mean, did we expect anything different, Lena? Honestly, these two teams are so evenly matched, but the big problem for Valiant Guardians here is that there is a sound barrier ready to go for Gusty. So with the aggression coming in, Memon's going to have this amplification matrix, but after that, it was so expensive. You're going to have Arya with another overclock. Can they have one final good showing here on the Sojourn to dispel the demons of the Kunoichi kerfuffle?
That's the question that's going to be asked of these players, and Wisp is going to answer it. No. End of sentence, period. We're moving on. Headshot onto Arya. Shuts it down. Chisato takes out their counter. And it is all Valiant Guardians. Only using one ult. And Chisato runs rampant in the backline. What a play from the Genji of Valiant.
I mean, we've seen primarily Mei today from Chisato. Their Genji is so much better, I think. But now, I mean, the fact that Gusty does not invest sound barrier in that fight means that they're going to have such an advantage going in. I think you go in with Amp Matrix first, try to pull out what you can, and then if you need the sound barrier, you got it.
That you do, but you got a lot of ults to try and deal with from the Valiant. The beat comes in early from Gusty. Wisp uses that blade, and Arya's there. Takes out Memon, takes out the Amort, and puts a lot of pressure onto the tanks. No, as nothing else needed. It's an expensive fight from Fable, but it gets them some breathing room.
Well, they still have Flux, and they're going to have Blade. So, I mean, this upcoming Blade coming out of Chisato, I mean, the Grav is going to do the majority of the utility pulling, and then Chisato's just going to be able to clean up on the back of it. I think they're going to a map for Lena.
We very well might, but Fable is hoping to end it here. The Flux from Avery looking to find anything. It's Arya getting taken down first again. Memon's Immortality Field, the beat aggressive. And there's the blade, there's the grab. It's Chisato cleaning up house. And the point flips over with mere seconds left on the clock. No one on Fable can touch. They will certainly try. But with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, we're going to map number 4.
Rip my throat. Rip my voice box today, because this is as close as it can possibly be, Lena. I mean, what a map, what a clapback coming from Valiant Guardians. They will not go quiet into the night. They get themselves on even level here with Fable. Fable, I mean, they played their butts off here, and they just fall short at the end. It was just the rotation. It was so much overinvestment in the fight to take the point that they had nothing left in the tank to be able to fight back. And Suravasa shows them their first loss here in round number 6. We're going to go to push coming up after these replays, and you'll see how it goes down, because honestly, Fable had the upper hand, but Valiant Guardians finally gets the economy in their favor, and they were so thrifty in using their ultimates.
Incredibly smart. We're actually going to jump to a quick break. But when we come back, we've got the finale of this insane match, the barn burner to end all barn burners. So don't you go anywhere. You don't want to miss the explosive end of these two teams and their clash. So we will see you in a few minutes. Don't you go anywhere.
This is Colossus, born from the sand, rise above the station and born to command. Our bears and minion yap actually fought through a vine, hunts the barrel on the X and wrecks him like a crime. This is the legend of the Dugout Queen. Watch your back, she's a hurt machine. Walk the world
rising together can mean a lot of things. It can mean in skill. It can mean in community. But I think, lost my camera. Don't know why. That better? I don't know. Well, anyway, rising together can mean a lot of things. It can mean in skill. It can mean in community. And it can also mean in just having a lot of maps in one series. The number of maps per series is rising together, much like us here at the Calling All Heroes Minor 3 Rise Together, hosted by the Toronto Defiant. What an incredible way to end things off with, after a day of bangers, to have the most giga banger of them all. 1-1 with a tie on Numani. Colosseo is our final map of the Swiss stage. You couldn't have written a better end to it. Are you ready to hop in?
I'm ready to hop in. I need this to resolve. I'm telling you right now, I had to actually eat fruit snacks because I'm on edge. And so, fruit snacks calm me down a little bit. They also give you a little bit of sugar too. So, oh man, I mean, Moving Fish put on a tutorial of how to counter an aggressive Sigma. And do we see that come out again? It's Avery. It's Moving Fish. They have been gladiators, battling each other map after map. And now, on the penultimate map here, Valiant Guardians. They are on the cusp of making their own reverse sweep. We've had 2 reverse sweeps already today. And now we're looking at possibly a third. Or will Fable be able to turn this back around and get themselves back on track and get revenge for what happened a couple of weeks ago in the Kunoichi kerfuffle? And I mean, circuit points be damned right now. Fable feels like they have a good shot in this. And I would agree with them. And I think that, you know what? Moving Fish and team, they've got just as equal of a chance to take this win. So as we have the 2 teams join here, Avery versus Moving Fish, it's going to be my homie from the CGL, Z Panther, going up against Memon. That has also been a fantastic bit of back and forth action all afternoon long. The Swiss stages end here. Somebody will be checking in to the brackets for next weekend. One team will possibly be going home.
5, 4,
Possibly is that operative word, but one of these teams is going to sell themselves right into that bracket stage, get themselves the opportunity to get a lion's share of the circuit points to send themselves to the final competition. And I'll be darned if this doesn't feel like a final competition already between these two. Neither willing to give up an inch, but they've got to dig deep. They've got to do it. They've got to push, and they've got the robot unlocked. Fable and Avery pushing through has a bit of an advantage for first point, but Valiant Guardians push right back, start the bot moving forward. Both these teams operating in those cubbies to the side. Avery and Fable waiting to poke out, waiting to aggress in. They've got their speed boost, and they don't have a speed boost on the side of Valiant Guardians. They've got the Brig. Have to see if that is the X factor for the Guardians, if Caro can really shine. Memon charging up to this window. Avery has a little bit more space to work with, and is squeezing the Guardians out. This is such a poke war, such a battle of attrition between these two teams, which what it hasn't it always been all day. Pushing through, waiting for this next aggression. Both these Sigmas dueling, pushing into their back lines side by side. Health pool being one, but it's Gusty getting taken down, and then Zoe. And once they fall like dominoes. Z Panther uses the window in response to Memon, but it will be the Valiant Guardians taking that first pick and taking the bot. a few meters past where we started.
It's the brig difference right now. You have speed on the side of Fable, but for Valiant you have more staying power, especially staying behind moving fish. With that Inspire uptime, you've got that immediate healing, so you have that advantage in these engagements. And I mean, looking at what we got Chisato here, and Chisato's just been spraying from the side. Zoe actually bringing out the Mei. We have not seen that.
No, we have not. It could be the difference. It could be the X factor for Fable. Zoe needs that wall coming out early. Gonna trap moving fish. Can they stay alive through it? They sustain, but it draws out immortality. There's the flux to lift 4 into the air and slam them onto the ground. Moving fish down. Karo's rally cannot keep them up for long. Arya nearly goes down. It's gonna get burst down by the blade of Chisato. Pushing through. Wisp takes another chunk out of Fable. And what started off so positive for Avery has turned sour as the Guardians keep it rolling.
It's once again the brig. The brig able to provide not only the Inspire uptime, but also you've got the CC of the bash, you've got the flail to keep them away at arm's length, and then you're just flailing around there and just getting consistent damage. And that's the big difference right now. I think that's why Zoe brings out the Mei, but you've got to be able to finish off the targets once you get them behind that wall.
That you do. The finish needs to be there. Nearly getting checkpoint. Zoe jumping in, sealing them into the back, but Chisato's got the blade rolling over them. The beat comes out from Gusty. The wizard. Zoe dies from it, but will get it cast out. Is the pig there? Moving fish goes down, but it's not enough. Memon takes out Gusty. It's a trade back and forth, a scrappy fight, but one that just so favors the side of Valiant. They will take first checkpoint, and they are looking mighty fine into this next phase.
Okay, so I feel a little bit chastised right now. Our good friend
Zoe?
Alex. Yeah, I know. Zoe's turning it around.
Zoe?
Zoe, also a CGL alum. It's Skater Boy that I didn't even recognize. I did not know. So there's actually 2 people from the place that I got my start in casting here on this Fable squad, and they are showing up big right now. The versatility coming through Zoe back over to the Mei.
What incredible play there. Zoe switching onto the Tracer. I thought it was all done. I had written it off for naught, but now Fable has quite the advantage. They don't have a lot of ults in this next fight, so they need something big from Avery, from Zoe. There's the wall. Avery finds the pick onto Wisp. That's a huge start, and they need to keep pushing through. They need some progress on the bot. They haven't moved since 8 minutes in, and they've finally got their opening. Let's see how hard they can rip it through.
I mean, all this is just extra ult charge right now. Moving Fish is going to go down. That's going to be the wound ripped right open. And now we're going to see how much space can they make. They've got a Gravitic Flux that's going to give them extra space to move. Chisato and Wisp, both with their ultimates ready to go. It's a 4-pack going up against the Gravitic Flux, and double support ultimates almost online for Fable.
Yeah, Fable needs to get the support ults up quickly. I'm looking at Gusty's beat. It needs to come up. It's 92%, but it might not be in time. It's just a few percentage short, and that could be the difference between a confident Fable and one that's a little bit more hesitant.
99.
They get it up. There it is. They have 4 ultimates on the side, and that beat will be huge to help mitigate those 3 DPS ults and the
Hero.
tank ult as well. There's the blade, draws out the immortality field, the beat to zone it off. There's the flux into the back line. Memon goes down, and it's a solid fight for Fable. And Fable's ready, but they're not done yet. The rock just barely
Into the
hits.
blizzard!
Can they get the pick? Can they get the pick? No, the Brick stays alive. Caro gets the takedown. Avery stays alive, and Fable is just the edge of the area of effect keeps it going, but still it's not enough.
Oh my lord, how do you not win that fight and get more progress? They are 12 meters behind. They still have the overclock ready to go versus an Amp Matrix.
versus the Amp Matrix is really rough, but they've got the overclock. Can Arya pull it through? Immortality field down. Takes out Misato. She's got it. She's got the first pick, and that could be the change. That could be what they need. Is it going to be enough? So he gets the headshot on the Wisps. That's the big pick there. It's rolling through 10 meters stand between Fable and Finale. That could be it. Just 2 meters. They take the lead.
Oh my gosh, this is on the knife's edge right now. Oh my gosh, do they get it? No, they do not get it.
They don't get checkpoint. They're just short of the butt scratch. They don't get it. And it's just the last few bastions of defense hanging out. But Panther goes down. That's a huge loss. They lose their Baptiste. They lose their sustain. So Fable cannot get those respawns quick enough. And Knife's Edge doesn't even cut it.
I mean, we are literally 4.8 something meters difference between these two teams. So it's going to take a secondary fight here for Valiant Guardians to be able to surpass the mark. Zoe coming up on Blizzard. We're sub 2 minutes right now. Wisp has the advantage and the overclock. This is going to be Knife's Edge work here, Lita. Buckle in, because this is going to be an exciting less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, and so many ults from Fable and Valiant Guardians. This is where it all is decided. These last few fights, these last 100 seconds are all that stand between one of these teams and bracket glory. Let's see who can get it through. Icebot comes in, Blizzard thrown into zone off. Arya gets hit with a headshot. Avery staying alive. The big moving fish. Zoe just cannot get the Blizzard. The Flux takes out Caro. The beat doesn't come out in time. It's not enough. Memon goes down, and Fable hold the line. But look at the ults. Look at the ults, Billy. Moving Fish and Caro didn't use their ults.
Yep, and now we're in 60 seconds. So you've got beat. You've got Flux. You're going to have the Amp Matrix online. But I think there's still room. There's still another piece to this story, and it's somebody that has lived up to the hype today, and that is Arya. They're going to have Overclock ready to go once again.
Yeah, it might be answered by the beat, but they need something.
Oh no!
So he gets taken out. It's a disaster. It's an immediate fight loss for Fable. They get the pick on the Wisp. They need some answers. They've got it. Can they hold Arya with the ult? The beat comes out. Immortality gone, but can't find anything more. It's just that. A bit of utility gone. But now Arya's stuck up on this high ground. It gets taken out late. It's a stagger from Gusty. It's going to be one last fight, and it's going to be a few ults on the side of Fable. Those ults coming up are support ults. Oh, gosh.
Okay, we got 10 seconds. You're going to have time. I mean, they'll be back in time. You're going to be able to speed back with Gusty. So the Amp is going to be off the table. But you're going to have the Amp Matrix coming up here for Z-Panther. They're going to get in position.
They need this Amp Matrix to be huge. They need the final thing. Avery seeds high ground. Avery falls off high ground because of the wall. There's the Flux from moving. Fish slams them to the ground. They get the beat off. It hits every single member. There's the Blizzard. Chisato falls, but so does Gusty. It's even between these two teams. One last one. No. He goes down. That could be it. The ult from Wisp finds the pick onto Zoe. And that might just be the last grasp, the last push, and the final bell rings. Valiant Guardians, stand tall, stand strong, stand above the rest, winning the only, to my knowledge, Map 4 series in the Swiss stage, or at least on broadcast, and securing themselves definitely a spot in the top 8 in bracket stages. And if you think that they don't have the ability to go the distance, then I say you did not watch the same match that I just did.
Okay, so 10 maps today. 0.01 meters is the difference between these two teams. And I am heartbroken for Fable. I'm heartbroken for my CGL homies. But damn, what a hell of a match. Holy cow. I mean, this was back and forth. This is Avery versus Moving Fish. This was Wisp versus Arya. Arya, my dear, you absolutely performed and delivered, and I adore you. I adore all of these players right now. I mean, just so damn good. And we got the best. I mean, we got the best of the best. They saved the best for last. Round number 6 was the epitome of what Calling All Heroes is all about. High level play, heart, and passion, all on display. And it came down to one last fight.
And that's really the power of these teams. It's the power of Avery and Moving Fish. I mean, just look at how incredibly powerful both of these incredible players are. I mean, 19 eliminations, 11,000 damage done, each of them getting more than 10k per 10. I mean, 6 and 4 deaths. Both of these Sigmas were playing beyond themselves. And I hope with my very being that we see in the standings that Fable has stayed above 8th place. Because if they've been given the chance, I think it's their little whistle to get going and to do something amazing. And I really think they can do it, because
I think so too.
What an incredible performance. There's no other word around that than incredible.
This is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. And we just saw 10 magnificent heroes. We're going to have an interview with one of those heroes from Valiant Guardians after this short little break while we catch our breath. I recollect myself and get the tears out of my eyes. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
1, 2, 3, 4. This is Colossus, born from the sand, rise above a station and born to command. Our bears and in the yap actually fought through a vine, hunt the barrel on the X and wreck them like a crime. This is the legend of the Duck Queen. Watch your back, she's a hurt machine. Fought the world since 17. She let it down with kerosene. She went on a journey to break the curse of the 5 metal demons of the betting land. They thought they were bad, found out she was worse. She left them to rust beneath the stairs. This is the legend of the Duck Queen. Watch your back, she's a hurt machine. Fought the world since 17. She let it down with kerosene. Well, I know sacrifice and I know pain. On Mixed Mutants Raiders, many I've slain. Junker Town is my domain, and when I'm done, none of this will remain. There will be a reckoning.
what an incredible match to end off with. And what an incredible team. What two incredible teams. And we've got two incredible members of Valiant Guardians. Excuse my shaky voice. That was quite the emotional roller coaster for both of us. So welcome onto the stream, Moving Fish and Wisp, two of the incredible players that we highlighted throughout this entire stream. And thank you and congratulations on confirming your way into the bracket.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I mean, I have to ask. At the final moments, when it was so incredibly close, when it was meters between you guys and Fable, what did you guys call on? What did you guys dig deep within you? What did you pull on to really give you that last bit of strength, that push?
Our plan was like to fight under with like Flux, because like that's a pretty big ult for like when they have to touch. And then we were like nearing like a lot of other ults. Like I know like HK got her Blizzard off, and then we got Overclock. So it's just like playing slow and just like making sure we get our Flux and just playing for our like last two ults that we're nearing.
Okay, I've got to bring it out the first one. This one's for you, Moving Fish. Playing up against Avery. I know that you guys have played it in collegiate against each other. How was the matchup versus Avery today? And I mean, it was so even. Like we were showing stats. I was looking at stats behind the scene. You two were neck and neck as far as your stats. How was the matchup versus Avery today?
Yeah, Avery's definitely a very strong SIG player. In terms of like statistics, we're really similar. I think around the end of the map still, my damage was usually like 1 or 2k higher. But even then, like because the match has been going on so long, it's just so minimal. I think I have like a 10% like flux rate.
Oh my goodness. And Wisp, for you, going up against Arya, you guys had battled in the Kunoichi kerfuffle a couple weekends ago. There's a definite upgrade in Arya's play this week or today's match. How did you find that matchup?
Yeah, Amelia's a phenomenal hit scam player. Always fun to play against like friends and people you respect in matches. Definitely makes it more enjoyable and a lot more of a competitive environment. I only wish there wasn't as much Bastion, because like Bastion is like such a boring hero to like, you know, play against, like, you know, hit scan wise. Like I liked when we did the more Sojourn maps. I figured that was a lot more, you know, I could like shine, and you know, you have more opportunity to like, you know, like hit a rail or like have good overclock, stuff like that. But Bastion's a little just team based with like cooldowns.
All right. Well, one last question, and then we will send you back to your team to celebrate that incredible victory. Is there anyone that you want to give a thanks to, that you want to shout out on the stream while we've still got some people here waiting to grind up their Contender's Mercy skin? Is there anyone that you want to particularly thank?
You can go first, Fish.
I think Lep. he's been so helpful.
I was gonna do that one.
He's been so helpful. Really smart guy. Very great player. And shout out my dog Zoe.
Oh.
Yeah, I would say Lep too, our coach. He started working with us pretty recently and has helped us a lot. And then I'd say like production, all you guys for casting. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
Well, that is it for us. So we will send you back to your team. Congratulations. Thank you for the incredible show that you put on today and that you will put on next week in the bracket phase. And I know I'm incredibly excited to watch that. So thank you all for coming.
Hey, I know it's been close recently. We'll see you at Grand Finals. We'll make something happen.
Ooh, Spice, let's go.
Right?
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. That was an incredible day of Overwatch. I mean, I have nothing left in my heart because, oh my goodness. So one of the things that Billy, you and I did see before we went live is we saw the final standings. These are the
Yep.
final standings. And you might notice in 8th place, one of the 2 teams at 3-3 to make it is Fable. Fable has
Yes.
made it in 8th place. An incredible team. One thing I also just noticed is GRE Nightmare sitting at 2nd with 4-2, with 5-1 actually with their bye. So incredible returns from GRE, but Fable, the team that we saw so much heart and passion from, they're not out just yet. They're going to be playing Washington Timeless in the first round of the bracket stage. That's a tough ask. But if we've seen anything from Fable, it's that they do not quit, no matter what.
That's what it's all about. I mean, this is what the highest level of play brings you. And I mean, yes, Washington Timeless does have 100% win rate right now, but I think Fable's going to give them a run for their money as we take a look at that bracket coming up next weekend. This is how it's going to start. The upper rounds, there are your matchups: Washington Timeless Fable, Bear Claw Drainers, GRE Nightmare versus Vancouver Titans Blue. That's going to be a great one. And then I think Aegis Valiant Guardians is also going to be another giga banger. So, I mean, this is all going to start next weekend from 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern, both Saturday and Sunday. We will have a winner of our minor, number 3 here. And I tell you what, I mean, if anything for the past 2 days that we have seen is an indication of the level of play that we're about to see, everybody make sure that you have your heart medicine taken care of. I'm completely gassed right now. I'm gassed in the most wonderfully happy way right now. But I mean, it's been a fantastic time, and I gotta shout out the people behind the scenes. Not only Solomon, our producer, but also Mark and Zeuser and Poofa and Missy on OBS. We've got Knock on Wood on the replays. We've got Lotu giving us all these stats behind the scenes. So that I can, do my job just that little bit easier and see, who's really having the major impacts. We've got Toxicinator being our admin, and then our tournament organizers, Raven, Frogsmile, and Melu, and of course, Bailey Pizza, just the queen of all queens, putting all this together. It has been a fantastic time. Solomon and his crew have just been so awesome here as far as the production level, and it's just an honor to be here once again representing the marginalized community. I'm just, my heart's full. I don't think I have any more to give.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with what you're saying here. And to state my piece, I love this community incredibly much. I love this community. One of my little badges of honor that I wear is that if you go to the Calling All Heroes Discord server, go to the intros channel, and you search by oldest, you will find Pizza's introduction, and you will find my intro as the first one. I've been with this community since I found out about it, and it was an absolute honor to jump on the stream and to cast with you, Billy, and to cast these incredible teams. I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity that this has given me, and the people that I've met through it, and the opportunities that I've been given and that have been given that I've been able to give.
You've earned it.
Really brings us all together, and I think with this, really earning the name Rise Together, because with initiatives like this, with organizations like this, with tournaments like this, it isn't just a few people elevating everything. We are rising together, and we are bringing this to the forefront. So thank you to everyone at Calling All Heroes. Thank you to you, Billy. Thank you to Pizza Penguin. Oh my gosh. what an incredible series. What an incredible day. And we will see you next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern, for some incredible Overwatch. We'll have faces new and old on the broadcast, so don't you dare miss it. Make sure that you are subscribed if you're on the YouTube, or following if you're on the Twitch, so you don't miss a moment of the action. But no matter what platform you're on, ring that bell so you get notified every time we go live, and don't miss a moment from us at Calling All Heroes, and from me personally. I've been K-Wing, that's been Billy, and thank you so much. Rise together, friends.